Thank you for tuning into the live show. Yes, we are back for another episode. How are y'all doing? Welcome back to the live show. Yes, y'all. It is your boy Genesis. Good morning. It is currently 3:41 a.m. How are you doing? Uh was I was I was I here yesterday? I don't think I was here yesterday. Okay, so we're back. Okay. We are back. All right. So, with that being said, God is the greatest, first of all. All right. God bless America. Okay. God bless you watching right now. Now, it is currently 3:42 a.m. And of course, today's date is the 11th of June 2025. How are you doing? Yes, it is flying by fast. The year is flying by fast. Now, we've seen what's going on around the United States. Okay. We've seen what's going on around the United States, the ICE protest and all that crap. But look, life has to continue, okay? Life has to keep on going. Life has to keep on going. But America is the land of freedom. And that's why things like this can happen. That is why things like this can happen when you have a country who actually wants people to express themselves. That's why you see things like this happening. So, with that being said, the OG, the 45th, now the 47th President of the United States, President Trump, participated in Invest America. Okay? Invest America. We're going to check that out real fast. And I think we're going to learn a lot. Some of you may have seen this, some of you haven't, but I think everybody should see this. The fact is, Trump is participating in making America great again. That's what matters. This guy is coming up with ideas to make sure Americans are great. The newborns in America, he's making sure that they have the American dream. And that's what matters. That is what matters. Anyway, we're going to check that out. And, well, I want you guys to listen to it. We're going to learn a lot. And tell me what you think in the comment section. Shout out to C. Shelley. God bless you, C. Shelley. God bless you, C. Shelley. Some people said Trump is the GOAT. Absolutely. Shout out to our moderator, C. Shelley. Here we go.
We've had some exciting days in the last week, I would say, mostly good. Some of the things you're reading about in Los Angeles, thank goodness we sent out some wonderful National Guard. They've really helped, and a lot of problems they were having out there. They were afraid to do anything, and we sent out the troops, and they've done a fantastic job. So I want to thank them very much. I also want to thank you for being here as we discuss one of the most exciting parts of the One Big Beautiful Bill. It is indeed a big, beautiful bill, and it's doing very well. The Trump Accounts, as they call it, pilot program, which will make it possible for countless American children to have a strong start in life at no cost to the American taxpayer, absolutely no cost. It's going to have a huge impact. I want to thank House Speaker Mike Johnson for, number one, being a great speaker, and number two, perhaps slightly less important, for being here today. Thank you, Mike. Along with Chairman Jason Smith, who's fantastic, and Representatives French Hill, August Pfluger, Blake Moore, Rob Bresnahan, and Frank Lucas. Thank you all, fellas. Thank you very much. We appreciate it very much. Thanks as well to many top business leaders from Invest America, CEO, Council, It's been a wonderful council. They've come up with some fantastic ideas. We're putting them into use. They're really the greatest business minds we have today. These men and women lead large, successful companies, and they're committed to contributing millions of dollars to the Trump account. And it's really, it's going to be something incredible for children and for their employees in many cases. Here is how the accounts work. For every U.S. citizen born after December 31st, 2024, before January 1st, 2029, the federal government will make a one-time contribution of $1,000 into a tax-deferred account that will track the overall stock market. In other words, it'll be pegged to an index that we'll pick. Right, Michael? We'll pick it. We'll pick a good one. Maybe you should be the index. I'd like to have that. These kids would be very wealthy if that were the case. That would be a good idea. I think we might do that, Michael Dell. These accounts will be private property controlled by the child's guardians, and in many cases, those guardians will be the parents. We think probably the parents will be the guardians. They'll be open for additional private contributions each year from family, friends, parents, employers, churches, private foundations, and more. This is a pro-family initiative that will help millions of Americans harness the strength of our economy to lift up the next generation, and they'll really be getting a big jump on life, especially if we get a little bit lucky with some of the numbers and the economies into the future. In addition to the substantial financial benefits of investing early in life, extensive research shows that children with savings accounts are more likely to graduate high school and college, buy a home, start a business, and are less likely to be incarcerated. Trump accounts will contribute to the lifelong success of millions of newborn babies. They are fully, and this will be very interesting, I think, for everybody to hear, they are fully funded through targeted reforms in the One Big Beautiful Bill, like the $1.7 trillion in mandatory savings, welfare reforms to stop waste and fraud, a 3.5% remittance tax, and more. And it's just a part of that. The One Big Beautiful Bill is among the most important pieces of legislation in our country's history. I don't think there's ever been anything bigger. And I think it's going to go down as certainly one of the most important things we'll ever have done. In addition to the largest tax cuts in the history of our country, including the most powerful border security measures ever, it delivers major economic relief to the American workers' families. And there are so many things. Rebuilding our military, we built it just 8 years ago. We started and did a great job, but now we have to rebuild it again, plus technology change. All of a sudden, it's about drone. You know, we have a new form of warfare. It's drone warfare. So a lot of things change. We did a great job with the military, but now we're going to have to do some little tweaks, to put it mildly. And we'll be doing that, and we have it all nicely funded. I look forward to signing this into law. It's really something that we're having such an opportunity. And I have to say, he's here with us. He's a person that I've admired for a long time. You take a look at what he's done and followed his record. And it's Dell Chairman Michael Dell. He's done such an incredible job. It's as a business person, I study business people, and that's a perfect one to study. It should be almost mandatory reading. So I want to congratulate you on that and thank you for the idea, because you're the first one that really brought this to my attention. I know that you and your friends have been talking about it for a long time, but other presidents didn't get it done, Michael, right? So we got it done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Sure. I want to also give some recognition to my friend Brad Gerstner, who helped get us all organized and
that's right.
And actually
thank you very much. Good, Brad.
Spearheaded this.
Good. And also we have with us a very powerful man in the world of business, CEO David Solomon of Goldman Sachs. David, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me
Long-time
here
friend.
today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Uber CEO Dara Khosrowshahi. Where is Khosrowshahi?
Right here.
Where? Thank you very much. That's a hell of a name, but you've done a hell of a job, so that's appropriate. And also, again, Chairman Smith for doing such a job. Nobody knows taxes better than Chairman Smith. When we have a problem, Mike, we go to see Chairman Smith, right? So I want to thank you very much, Dara and Chairman Smith. I appreciate it. So I'd like to begin by asking Speaker Johnson to say a few words, and I think then we're going to go to Michael Dell, David Solomon, we're going to go to Dara, and then to Chairman Smith. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you so much for your bold, visionary leadership. It is the key to all of this great success that we are achieving. And the One Big Beautiful Bill, it is not an overstatement to say it will be one of the most consequential pieces of legislation in the history of Congress. There's a lot in here. And by extension, or I would say it is an extension of the figure who I believe will be the most consequential president of the modern era, if not all American history, and that's the gentleman sitting to my left. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you very much. That's a beautiful statement. Huh? Well, I like him too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a statement of objective fact, and every working American understands, I think, the principle behind this concept that we're discussing today. If you have a 401k, you understand the power of investing early for the future. Trump accounts take that same principle, and they apply it from the very beginning of Americans' lives. It's a pretty simple concept. The families that opt in will receive a one-time payment of $1,000 to a Trump account that parents can contribute to. It's a bold, transformative policy that gives every eligible American child a financial head start from day one. Republicans are proud to be the party, we always have been, that supports life and families and prosperity and opportunity. And Trump accounts are all about setting up the next generation for success. For future Americans, this early investment could really be the game changer. It could be a difference. It could pave the way for paying their way through college or buying their first home or starting a business, even when they're young. So even $1,000 at birth will put these Americans in a better position than over half of American adults who sadly have no retirement savings at all. So this would be a remedy to that great problem. And it will encourage the free market. It will encourage investment and understanding of capitalism. All these things that we want to foster among the American people so that the economy and individual lives can flourish. Of course, none of this happens unless we pass our One Big Beautiful Bill through Congress. And we have at stake the largest tax increase in American history if we fail to deliver. And we will not have this rocket fuel to the U.S. economy, and that's why this is so very important. Passing this pro-growth legislation will help every single American. From Trump accounts, this is one of the components of it, to eliminating taxes on tips and overtime, to reducing red tape on Main Street. And the One Big Beautiful Bill is going to drive prosperity. It's going to create jobs across the country. It will make all boats rise. Wages will go up. Job participation levels will go up. We'll have more opportunity, more economic opportunity for more people. So you can climb up that ladder to the next step. The typical family with 2 children is going to see their take-home pay increase by up to $13,300 a year. That's real money to real people. This legislation is geared for hardworking Americans, and it is going to help everybody. And we are excited to deliver it. It can't happen soon enough. We are very close now to that finish line. After about 14 months worth of work that's gone into this, we're excited that we're almost there. Mr. President, thanks again for your leadership, to all the great leaders around this table for all that they invest to our economy and our country and its government. And I will, as we say in the House, I'll yield back.
Thank you very much, Mike. I appreciate it. And again, for a great job. Thank you very much. Michael, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I believe this is an incredible moment for all of us here today, and it's wonderful to be with some of the leaders of the most successful companies in the world as we come together to invest in the future of our country. We see the Invest America Act and the establishment of these Trump accounts as a simple yet powerful way to transform lives. Decades of research have shown that giving children a financial head start profoundly impacts their long-term success. With these accounts, children will be much more likely to graduate from college, to start a business, to buy a home, and achieve lifelong financial stability. Dell Technologies is proud to be one of the very first companies to support the Invest America Act, a bill that provides every child with a $1,000 seed investment account at birth. This is a straightforward step with enduring benefits. Following your inspiring lead, Mr. President, Dell Technologies will match the government's contributions, dollar for every child born to a Dell team member. This isn't just a new benefit. This is an investment in our people, their families, our communities, and America's future. And it embodies our core belief that opportunity should begin at birth. My wife, Susan, and I, also through our family foundation, have been closely studying the Invest America Act. And assuming that it becomes law, we expect to make a very significant gift. We view this initiative as a powerful platform for philanthropic innovation aimed at helping children thrive wherever they come from, particularly those families who have been historically left behind. Mr. President, you articulated it perfectly. These Invest America accounts will give every new American child a genuine opportunity to participate in history's greatest engine of economic growth, the American economy. The funds in these accounts invested in American enterprise and innovation will grow over time into substantial nest eggs, providing support for education, home ownership, and starting families. The ability of families, friends, benefactors, and employers to match the government's generosity amplifies the life-changing potential of this initiative. Thank you, Mr. President, for your visionary leadership on this critical issue. These Invest America accounts will profoundly impact countless young Americans, ensuring they truly benefit from what Abraham Lincoln described as the right of every American, the right to rise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. We really have come a long way since you came to see me about 6 months ago with your beautiful wife. We had a nice talk. I said, that sounds pretty good. Let's think about that. And it's everybody I've spoken to about it, they can't even believe it. And because of great politicians and political leaders like we have, I think this is going to go quickly, very well and very quickly. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. David Solomon, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm thrilled to be here with everyone and excited to participate in this important and timely discussion. I'd also like to acknowledge the efforts of so many in Congress on this very significant issue, and in particular the members here, and particularly the leadership of Senator Cruz and Representative Moore, who have played a big role in helping drive this forward. We also wouldn't be here today without the leadership of Brad Gerstner and Michael Dell in really having the vision, the energy, the passion, the commitment to help move this forward. So thank you both. There are many reasons why the United States has the largest and most dynamic and most innovative economy in the world. But one of the most important is the fact that our system of democratic capitalism incentivizes a culture that does not penalize people for taking risks. In fact, it incentivizes people to have a vision, to go out and attract funding that's necessary to make their vision a reality. It is no mistake that many of the most important and innovative companies in the world today started in a parent's garage or on a college campus or in any one of a number of unlikely places in the United States. One of my worries is that our current and future generations of young people don't fully appreciate and aren't as educated as well as they can be on markets and capitalism. And while capitalism is not perfect, it helps fuel the American dream. This initiative gets at the core of binding those future generations to the benefits and the potential of America's great companies and markets. Early childhood investments have far-reaching benefits, and Goldman Sachs is proud to support this initiative. This is an exciting opportunity for public-private partnership and for both communities and companies to invest in young people, the future of America. Once we see the Invest in America Act signed into law, Goldman Sachs would be excited to further support this Invest in America initiative. We believe passionately in our capital markets. They're an enormous competitive strength for the United States, and we know that our economy's future vitality is dependent on young people understanding the power of investing for the long term and sharing in the benefits of ideas that bring value to the lives of people around the world. Thank you, Mr. President, for helping drive this forward, and I look forward to continued partnership on this effort.
Thank you very much, David. Dara, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us here today. It's an incredible honor to be here in a place that symbolizes the very opportunity that has defined my life. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Michael, for your vision. We all strive to build something that lasts, and the Invest in America Act is a legacy that is going to last for generations. President Trump, thank you for your leadership. Your support is going to turn this powerful idea into a powerful reality for millions of young Americans. And I was 9 years old when I came to this country. My family arrived in America having fled the Iranian Revolution. we had lost everything that we had built. But we gained something far more valuable here. We gained a chance to rebuild again. We have a single child that's born in this country. That's the promise of the Invest America Act. It's not just an account, it's a launch pad. It puts the unstoppable engine of compounding to work for our kids, building a future for them from day one. This mission is personal to me, and it's core to us at Uber. Every day we see people using our platform to create opportunities for themselves, to save for a home, to pay for tuition, to build their own American dream one trip at a time. And that's why Uber is so proud to support this bill, which also includes benefits for millions of Uber drivers and couriers in the form of no tax on tips. Mr. President, our earners are grateful for your support.
Thank you very much. Right? What a great job. You know, when you think we're doing a lot of work on Iran right now, and
Yes.
I see that what you just said, you came here and they took it
Absolutely.
all away from you, and you started, and you've become one of the biggest anywhere in the world. What a great story that is.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Congratulations.
And we wish you
Amazing.
all the success there.
Thank you very much. We'll need it. We're going to need it for that. That's it.
They're tough negotiators.
They're great negotiators.
Yes.
Among the best. Look at
Yes.
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, dear. Jason, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to first start off by thanking you for your leadership, your vision, your commitment to workers and families throughout this country. The One Big Beautiful Bill would not have been possible without you. And it delivers the largest tax cut in U.S. history, the largest mandatory spending cuts in U.S. history, the most significant welfare reforms in U.S. history, and the largest one-time investment in border security. So it's things to be extremely proud about. Representing Southeast Missouri, I'm extremely proud about how you're delivering for working families. No tax on tips. A waitress like the waitress in Nevada that talked to you about no tax on tips, and the other 4 million tipped employees in the country, they will see an extra $1,700 in their paycheck because of the no tax on tips. That's significant for someone who's just trying to put food on their table and clothes on their backs. The linemen working overtime to restore power will get an additional $1,750 into their paycheck. Seniors will get $72 billion in tax cuts. The Trump investment accounts will be a game changer for new parents, even before their newborn baby can walk or talk. Their child will have money saved to one day learn a trade, start a business, or to buy a home. Every child born under this policy will have a better shot at a future. It does not matter if they live on a city block or on a county road. This will make a significant difference to their lives, and it's because of your leadership, Mr. President, and we say thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jason, and hopefully we're going to get that through, and we have a certain date picked out, an ideal date. If it takes a little longer, that's okay, but ideally we're going to get by a certain date. And again, I think it's one of the most important pieces of legislation we've ever had before us and that the country's ever had. I'd like to ask, if I might, Brad Gerstner, one of the most successful people in our country. I'm a friend of Michael very much, and Michael has great respect. And if you don't mind, Brad, I'd like to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Well, first, it's a great honor and privilege to be here. We wouldn't be here without your leadership. And for me personally, to be here with my son, Lincoln Gerstner, happens to be named after the gentleman over your right shoulder.
Where's Lincoln? Well, he's a good-looking guy. He's much better looking than you. What happened?
Hey, we all want our kids to be better than ourselves. But it was around our small kitchen table that this idea was really born. I started off like Jason Smith in a small rural town in Indiana. My dad had lost everything in 1978 trying to start an auto parts company, and the Japanese were tearing apart our auto industry. We had double-digit interest rates and inflation. Our family mortgaged the house to keep the company going and ultimately lost everything. So I know a little something about starting with nothing. And I know what it felt like that first time you had a little skin in the game, where you thought you had a shot. You went from nothing to something. And like Dara said, that is the great story of America. The promise that there's mobility, the promise we can move up that ladder. But today, we've moved to a society of dependency, right? I saw somebody answer the White House's tweet on this today by saying the answer to socialism is more capitalism. This is more capitalism. This is aligning every child in America with the upside of free markets and the benefits. And that is your Main Street agenda, Mr. President. No tax on tips, that doesn't help rich folks. That helps the people who feel left out and left behind. No tax on overtime, no tax or deduction on Social Security, and the Trump accounts, right, that everybody in this room are here and we've been working so hard on, but would never come to fruition without your leadership. Those will change the game forever. It makes America an ownership society again, because all of those kids will see the benefit of compounding. If you start with $1,000 and $750 is added a year by parents, grandparents, by churches, by the companies in this room who will all contribute to the accounts of the kids of their employees, by the great philanthropists in America. I think $750 is a low estimate per year.
I think so.
But if you do that, by age 18, Mr. President, these are worth $50,000. By age 30, they're worth $175,000. And if you do it every year of your life, at age 50, they're worth $1 million. You are giving the shot for every American to feel like they're in the game again, part of America with that economic mobility, that dream that led Michael Dell to start Dell Computer in his dorm room, Dara to feel like he had a shot after coming here from Iran, and a couple poor kids from Missouri and Indiana to make it to where we are today. So thank you for your leadership. This would not happen without the reconciliation bill and the work of the many in this room, but spearheaded by the Speaker and Jason Smith, the big, beautiful bill. This is the vehicle to get the Invest America Act passed. So thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Brad. Great job. And nobody knew I was going to call you. He might have done the best job of the group. You've got to think about that, Mike. Good recommendation, Michael. Does anybody have any questions? I think it's something that's really got to be talked about, because it's somewhat of a miracle that we're close to pulling it off. Please.
What's the latest estimate on when you think the big, beautiful bill will pass?
We put Independence Day as a self-imposed deadline, and we certainly hope, I believe, we can still meet that. It's up to the Senate. The bill's in the Senate's hands now, but spoke with Leader Thune as recently as last night. He's feeling very optimistic. You see the Senate going through the same deliberations we went through in the House, except we had 14 months to do it. They've got a truncated time period to get that done. But as you all know, I've encouraged my dear friends and colleagues over there, don't modify it too much, because we've got a very delicate balance that we reached, and it took us a long time to get there, and we don't want to upset that balance too much. So they're putting their fingerprints on it. I hope it'll be a light touch, and they'll send it back, and we'll get this thing done and get to the President's desk.
And really, we have tremendous spirit. I've never seen anything like it. There's just an unbelievable. We'll always have a couple of people. I don't want to use the word grandstanders. I'd never use such a word, but you'll always have that a little bit. But maybe you won't even have that. Who knows? There's tremendous spirit for this bill. I think like we haven't seen very much, Jason, right? We haven't seen too much. So I think it's going to go pretty quickly.
With Prime Minister Netanyahu, you just mentioned Iran. Did you discuss Iran?
Very
Did you
well.
discuss
We discussed a lot of
the
things.
Gaza war?
Yeah, we discussed a lot of things, and it went very well, very smooth. We'll see what happens. We're trying to do something with a country we just spoke about, Iran. I think you should negotiate this. You might be better. I think I'm going to send you today. What a good idea. This could have been the idea of the day. We'll have Dara get up and negotiate. They are good negotiators, but they're tough. Sometimes they can be too tough. That's the problem. So we're trying to make a deal so that there's no destruction and death. And we've told them that, and I've told them that, and I hope that's the way it works out. But it might not work out that way. we'll soon find out. Yeah, please.
In 2020, when you were talking about unrest in American cities, you said, quote, "We have to go by the laws. We can't call in the National Guard unless we're requested by a governor." What changed now? Why is this situation different to not consult with Governor Newsom about this?
Well, the biggest change from that
Because
statement
this
is
is
we
in
have an
2020.
incompetent governor. So I talked about governors, but I didn't talk about he's an incompetent governor. Look at the job he's doing in California. He's destroying one of our great states. And if I didn't get involved, if we didn't bring the Guard in, and we would bring more in if we needed it, because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order. You had a disaster happening. And they now admit it was a disaster. I watched the chief yesterday, who's a good man, by the way, and he said, "Well, we're lucky we did this because they were overwhelmed. You saw what was happening." So we did the right thing. Everybody agrees to that. But you have a governor who let the city burn down, didn't want water to be sent down to him. And I sent billions of gallons of water. I wanted to do it in the first term. He wouldn't do it over. I don't know. They have environmental reasons, but there were no environmental reasons. I think it's just a political philosophy. But it's lucky for the people in Los Angeles and in California that we did what we did. We got it just in time. It's still simmering a little bit, but not very much. Yeah, please.
Have you gotten?
What crime has Governor Newsom committed?
A crime has he committed? I think his primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job. What he's done to that state is like what Biden did to this country. And that's pretty bad. It's the wrong philosophy. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants, many of them prisoners. They're taking up your health care. They're taking up your space in schools. They're taking up your hospital. And in many cases, they're criminals. And we have to do something about it, and we're doing something about it. I want to thank the incredible patriots of ICE and Tom Homan, who has been incredible, and Kristi Noem, likewise incredible. The job they're doing, and it's like an unforced error. There was no reason for this. 21 million people were allowed into our country, and many of those people were criminals, and it's a shame. It's a shame, but we're getting them out, and I will say, I think it's a 95-5 issue, just like so many other issues, 95-5. And the Democrats lost an election in a landslide because they're on the wrong side of the issues. I mean, it's not even conceivable that somebody would do the kind of things that he did. And then, you talk about projects. They want to build a train going from San Francisco to L.A., and it's costing hundreds of billions of dollars more than they thought it was going to cost. It's not even believable. To Brad and to people sitting here, would you believe that a train, it was going to cost X dollars and it might be 100 times X?
Would have paid for this for about 50 million American children.
You're right.
50 million American children instead of a 3-mile train track that never got built.
We could have put Lincoln in charge with no experience. He would have done a good job. I guarantee you that. All right, please, Peter.
Mr. President, have you gotten an update from your negotiating?
Thank you, President Trump. So it seems like Gavin Newsom likes the attention that he's getting right now from you.
Yeah, I think
it seems like he does. If you look at recent history, somebody who was running for president, you, who got arrested and had a mugshot, you could make the argument that politically that wound up helping you. Are you worried at all at this moment that talking about him getting arrested could be helpful to his political prospects? Because a lot of people think he wants to be sitting right where you are.
Well, in my case, it was a witch hunt, and everybody knew it. And I was able to explain that during the process. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. And it was a total witch hunt. It's proven to be a witch hunt, and you see what's happened. In his case, it really is very obvious. You look at what's happened between the fires, I could name 10 things right now. We talk about the trains. We talk about all of the costs in California. You talk about all of the people that are flowing in, destroying life for everyone else. So no, I don't think it's going to help him. I think it's actually very bad for him.
And right around the time that we were walking in here, the governor and the state attorney general said that they're going to sue you for sending the National Guard in. They're saying there's no invasion, there's no rebellion. The president is trying to manufacture chaos and crisis on the ground for his own political ends. Federalizing the California National Guard is an abuse of the president's authority. under law.
Well,
But-
you know, it's interesting. You watched the same clips as I did. Cars burning all over the place, people rioting. And by the way, we stopped it. We were able to make it much better, but it still looked pretty bad. And in watching clips last night, people were saying this is really a big problem. And until we went in, if we didn't do the job, that place would be burning down just like the houses burned down. They were in big trouble last night, Peter. You know it. And the night before, and the night before that. And I feel we had no choice. I don't want to see happen what happened so many times in this country. I watched Minneapolis burn. Look at what happened in so many different parts of California. You take a look at what happened in San Diego. There's so many different places where we let it burn. We wanted to be politically correct. We wanted to be nice. We wanted to be nice to the criminal. And what you're doing is destroying the fabric of our life in this country. No, we did the right thing. We've been given credit by people that I would least suspect. Why I would say that some of the people that came in and said, thank goodness, they said, some of them, thank God that Trump got involved. And I'm very happy I got involved. And I think Gavin, in his own way, is probably happy I got involved. Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
What do you make of the fact that he says, you want a civil war on the streets of America?
No, it's just the opposite. I don't want a civil war. A civil war would happen if you left it to people like him. And I liked him. You know, I always got along with him. Never had a problem with him. But he's grossly incompetent. Okay.
In London. Have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating?
What? Louder.
Have you gotten an update from your team in London negotiating the China trade talks?
We are doing well with China. China's not easy, just like your home country is not easy, Dara. I think we're doing very well. They're over there now. I'm only getting good reports. It's a little early, but they'll be calling in soon. In fact, probably when I get back, I'll have my first call from them. We want to open up China. And if we don't open up China, maybe we won't do anything. But we want to open up China. It'll be a great thing for China, a great thing for the rest of the world.
Are you willing to lift export controls when it comes to China? Did you give your negotiators any sort of limitations?
We're going to see. Look, China has been ripping off the United States for many years. Nobody charged them 10 cents. No president had the courage to charge China for whatever reason. They didn't want to do it. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. I put on tariffs on China when I got in first term. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And then I did it again, but I did it for a lot of others. If you look at the stats, the deficit last month was cut in half. Everybody was shocked. I wasn't shocked. I think a lot of the people at this table weren't, because they saw the billions of dollars that were pouring in, and the tariffs hadn't even started yet, just about. They were in cars. They were in some countries at a very minor level. And we cut the deficit in half, and it was a big story a couple of days ago. They said, I don't believe, one of the announcers on a business network went wild, said, I can't believe these numbers. Those numbers are good. The numbers are going to be very good. I think we're going to have a great 4 years. You know, we had the greatest economy in history during my 4 years. I think this one's going to blow it away. Yeah.
Mr. President,
go ahead, please.
Do you have a message for Greta Thunberg, and did she come up on your call with the Prime Minister today?
Well, she's a strange person. She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually, but I saw what happened. She's certainly different. Anger management. I think she has to go to an anger management class. That's my primary recommendation for her.
Was she kidnapped by Israel, as she says? Was she kidnapped?
I find it. I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
And secondly, are you going to
Is that what she said? She was kidnapped by Israel?
Yes, sir. Are you going to get rid of the Tesla and the Starlink service that you have here at the White House?
No, I haven't heard that. I mean, I may move the Tesla around a little bit, but I don't think we'll be doing that with Starlink. It's a good service.
Where are you going to move it to? Move it around. What do you mean?
I have a lot of locations.
Actually, about the Tesla.
I got so many locations that I don't know what to do with them all.
About the Tesla, did you ever see Elon Musk get physical with the Treasury Secretary?
No, I didn't.
And I tried to
They
ask.
did have an argument, but I didn't see a lot of physicality there.
And there was this New York Times report that he did not want to talk about, Elon Musk, that alleged that he, towards the end of his time in the White House, was blurring the lines between recreational use of drugs and medicinal. Do you think he ever had drugs here at the White House?
I really don't know. I don't think so. I hope not. Look, I wish him well. You understand. We had a good relationship, and I just wish him well. Very well, actually. Yeah.
About aid in Gaza, you mentioned now the flotilla. Do you have a response at all about Israel intercepting this boat? And can you give us an update on what's happening to the entry of aid into Gaza right now? We've had people being shot by Israeli forces who are trying to get aid from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Yes.
Gaza right now is in the midst of a massive negotiation between us and Hamas and Israel, and Iran actually is involved. And we'll see what's going to happen with Gaza. We want to get the hostages back. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, please, in the back.
Yeah. Back to California briefly. You said yesterday when half-hour reported that it was not insurrection taking place, but then on Truth Social a bit later, you had said they were insurrectionists. After what you've seen
You're talking about in L.A.?
Yes, sir, in L.A.
I wouldn't call it quite an insurrection, but it could have led to an insurrection. I mean, that was a lot of harm that was going on last night. I watched it very closely. And it was amazing that the job that the National Guard did. And by the way, the police were working very hard also. But, you know, the police are given instructions to be politically correct. I said, no, you don't have to be politically correct. You have to do the job.
And on Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon? I know some.
Which one?
On Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon?
I haven't really thought about it, actually. I would imagine he wants to speak to me. I would think that. If I were him, I'd want to speak to me. And maybe he was already called. You'd have to ask him whether or not he's already called. But I'd have no problem with it.
If he calls you, pick up and speak to him.
Well, I don't want to say that, but I would imagine he'd want to talk to me.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
We're supposed to get a counter proposal from Iran today. Have you gotten that proposal? And what is the main impediment?
We have a meeting with Iran on Thursday, so we're going to wait till Thursday.
And what's the main impediment to getting a deal?
Well, they're just asking for things that you can't do. They don't want to give up what they have to give up. You know what that is. They seek enrichment. We can't have enrichment. We want just the opposite. And so far, they're not there. I hate to say that because the alternative is a very, very dire one, but they're not there. They have given us their thoughts on the deal, and I said, it's just not acceptable.
So this is the main topic for Prime Minister Netanyahu today when you spoke?
I would say, yeah. I don't know what else. I can talk about the weather.
Well, you can talk about Lebanon.
Pretty much that's the main topic, yeah.
Mr. President.
We talked about Lebanon also, yeah, we did. Well, Lebanon's working very hard. They have a great new ambassador that I put there, man I know very well. He's very smart. I didn't even know he was Lebanese. And I said, why would you want Lebanon? He said, I was born there. I love it. I love the people. I said, it's very dangerous going to Lebanon. There are some ambassadorships that are wonderful. There are some that are dangerous. I said, Michel, his name is. It's a he, Michel, very elegant man. And I said, why would you want this? And he said, because I love my country and I love those people. I said, it's very dangerous. He goes, I don't care. This is not a man that lived on danger. He's a very successful man from here. And he wanted to be the ambassador despite probably a very dangerous situation he's going into. You see what's going on. But I had great respect for that. He loves that country. He loves it. He was born there. He loves the country. Yeah.
Mr. President, you've got a big, beautiful parade coming up on Saturday.
We do.
What's your biggest expectations for that? And I've got a second question in regards to Gavin Newsom. But go ahead and talk about the big, beautiful parade.
Thank you, Brian. It's such a, I think, important moment for this country. 2 weeks ago, I was calling people and back and forth with leaders, including President Putin, including French president, including lots of different people. And all of them said, we're celebrating victory in World War II. And I said, wow, isn't that amazing? We're the only one that wasn't celebrating, and we're the one that won the war. Now, Russia did help. They did lose 51 million people in all fairness. People would say, oh, he's sticking up for Russia. No, they lost 51 million people. And, we can't forget that. But France was celebrating. And as you know, Hitler made a speech at the Eiffel Tower. But when I spoke to President Macron, he said, oh, we are celebrating the great victory of World War II. And I think that's great that he was doing it. But we're the one that won it, and we weren't celebrating. I said to myself, isn't that crazy? And I think it's time for us to celebrate a little bit. We've had a lot of victories. We won 2 world wars, and then we go out and change the name of the forts where we won the wars. You go out, we win world wars from Fort Robert E. Lee, from Fort Bragg, from all the different forts. And what do? We change the name of the forts because we want to be politically correct. So a lot of them were changing back. You probably noticed Fort Bragg and others. But I think it's a time to celebrate our military. We've rebuilt our military largely. Little low on ammunition. That's because it goes out very fast to other countries, one in particular, but we'll get that back very quickly. But we have a military the likes of which nobody has. Nobody comes close. We have the best equipment in the world. We make the best equipment in the world. There's no military like our military. We showed that with ISIS. I was told by the television generals it would take 4 years to win, and we did it in 3 weeks, and it was headed by General Raisin Kane, who's now the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's great. Just left him. No, I think it's time that we celebrate. And I sort of have to laugh at these people. Well, you're going to spend a lot of money. A lot of that money is being paid for by me and people that make donations. I don't know if you know that. A lot of it won't even come out of the military. I think I can say that, Susie, right? We have people putting up money to do it. Not that it's necessary, because I think it's a great expenditure. We have many tanks. We have all sorts of new ones and very old ones, old from World War I and World War II. It's really a celebration of the Army. So the Army is a year older than the country. So next year we celebrate 250 years, but we're celebrating the Army on Flag Day. And it's not my birthday. It is my birthday, but I'm not celebrating my birthday. I'm celebrating Flag Day. It happens to be the same day, so I take a little heat. But Flag Day is the appropriate date. And we're celebrating 250 years of the Army, a great service. And remember, think of it, we won so much. We won World War I, World War II, so much else. And then we became politically correct. But I can only tell you that I was told that ISIS would take anywhere from 4 to 5 years, and we did it in 3 weeks. You were there, you watched, right? We have the greatest military in the world. Nobody can beat us. As long as we have our right leadership, nobody can beat us. If we have stupid people running it, like you had in Afghanistan, when you look at that, first of all, Afghanistan should have been an easy victory as a war, but we were so sad the way we fought it, so ridiculous. We fight not to win, but we didn't used to be that way. And we're celebrating, because I think the day in Afghanistan was the saddest period of time in the history of our country. That was a Biden mess with bad generals like Milley and others. They were bad. They were incompetent generals. I know all the good ones and the bad ones. We got rid of most of the bad ones. But it was time to celebrate, and that's what we're doing. So it's on June 14th, and it's going to be a parade the likes of which I don't know if we've ever had a parade like that. It's going to be incredible. We have even though it's the Army, we have a lot of those Army airplanes flying over the top, and we have tanks all over the place. So we have thousands and thousands of soldiers going to bravely march down the streets. It's going to be a beautiful day, I think, and we're going to celebrate our country.
You spoke of leadership, and real quickly, speaking of Gavin Newsom, is he the right leader for California, considering how massive their economy is and all these U.S. investments coming in? Is he the right governor and leader for the future of California and for U.S. investments?
I don't think he is. I mean, I think he's done a terrible job. And, he's a guy, I always got along with him. You look at his past statements about me. I was a great president. I always took care of California, all that. But I'm just talking on results. You look, he has the advantage of beautiful weather, maybe the best weather of any state when you think about it. Beautiful weather, beautiful ocean, beautiful everything. You have all the advantages, and he didn't take advantage of that. And he's let people come in by the millions who are overrunning your hospitals, your education system, and your police. Your police are being overrun. Look at what's happened. He should only be happy I sent in the military, because if I didn't send them in, you would have had a problem there, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. Yeah, please. Thank you, Brian, very much.
Supersonic flight. On supersonic flight.
Supersonic
Yes,
flight.
sir. I know you just signed an executive order
Right.
on it. Do you want to see a supersonic Air Force One in the next 10 years or so?
Oh, well, I don't care too much about that, but I would like to see, if you think about it, flight, the word flight's an interesting word, but it's probably the only category where we've actually gone backwards, because we used to have the Concorde, and we could fly to London, Brad, very quickly and nicely, and today it takes you 2 times and 3 times as long. It's the only thing where we've regressed. By the way, the Concorde, to my way of thinking, to this day, Michael, because you're very much into aesthetics, I know, but to this day was one of the most beautiful pieces of art I've ever seen. It was a piece of art, the beauty of the Concorde. It was the most beautiful plane, but it was got you there in half the time. Now you spend a lot of time, and there's no reason for it. Because, they have the sonic boom. It's not a huge problem, but they have the sonic boom thing pretty well figured out. The technology changes, the change in the skin, the change in weight, all of the other things. There's no reason why we shouldn't do great. So we are making it possible for them to do supersonic and get us back on the track. I mean, think of it, 30 years ago, we actually had planes that flew much faster than we do now. It took you half the time to get to a location. So we've regressed, and we're going to progress. Eh? Well, it's sort of an amazing thing, isn't it, though? We've gone backwards. On Wall Street, they haven't done that. If Goldman Sachs was like that, you wouldn't have Goldman Sachs anymore. Yeah, please.
Are you planning to deploy Marines in California to address the situation in Los Angeles? Are you going to deploy Marines in California?
We'll see what happens. I mean, I think we have it very well under control. I think it would have been a very bad situation. It was heading in the wrong direction. It's now heading in the right direction. And we hope to have the support of Gavin, because Gavin's the big beneficiary as we straighten out his problems. I mean, his state is a mess. And I'd like to get somebody involved in the rail, because, look, personally, it should have never been built, because you can fly there for $2, and what are you doing? They're doing that. You could drive, you could do lots of different things. If they did a study, if you gave every passenger the finest limousine service in the history of our world, the most expensive chauffeur-driven, white-glove limousine service back and forth, we would have saved billions of dollars, as opposed to building this monstrosity that's going up. And I've never seen anything. I've seen cost overruns. I'm a person, I've always done well on cost overruns. I don't have them. But I will tell you, I have never seen cost overruns. You see them where they're 20% more, 50%, 100% more. These are thousands of percent. Nobody even knows. They have no idea. And it was supposed to be from San Francisco to Los Angeles. Well, they just made it way outside of Los Angeles. It's stopping in the middle of, I don't want to say nowhere, because I happen to like one of those little cities very much, but it's way short of the destination. And our government is saying, why are we involved in this thing? It's been handled so badly before him, but he really blew it. So, all right, one more question.
Can you speak to any of the discussions that were had there and the purpose of that retreat, your time at Camp David?
On a what?
Your time at Camp David, can you speak to what discussions were had there and the purpose of that retreat?
Well, I don't want to speak to discussions. I mean, I told you what we were there for a little bit. We had discussions on many topics. We had a group of people, a large group of people, including generals and admirals and lots of others. And all I can say is our country's in great shape. We're in great shape economically. The bill that Mike and Jason and all the people are working on is going to be, I think, amazing. I think it's going to be one of the most important pieces of legislation we've ever had in this country. It's going to do things that you wouldn't believe. And we're going to, I have a very simple phrase. We ran an election on very simple words: make America great again. That's what we're doing. We're making it great. We're making it safe. We're making it beautiful. And we're making it very wealthy again. Wealth is okay. You need wealth to take care of lots of other people. We have to make our country better. It has to heal from 4 years of abuse. Our country was abused badly by a very incompetent person and a group of people that weren't incompetent, but they were radical left lunatics. And they ran the country with an auto pen. And I hope that law enforcement's looking at that very seriously. That's like a takeover of our country in a certain way, because this guy had no idea what he was doing. You saw that during the debate. You saw that in other cases. I mean, he had no idea. I saw it years ago. By the way, 40 years ago, he had no. He was bad 40 years ago. We're not just talking about. And they always like to say age, but it's not age. I know people 88, 89, 92. Bernie Marcus, who just passed away, was 95. I spoke to him a year before. He was 100%. It's not age. It's something else. But whatever it is, you can't have that in this country. The damage he's done to this country is unbelievable. But the good news is we've got much of it fixed already, and the rest of it will happen. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Let's go back out this way. Take everything.
This is what I voted for. A president who comes out here, tells you what he's doing, bringing top CEOs together to help American kids. This is just legendary. Anyway, thank you for tuning into the live show. Double tap your screen. Thank you to the OG, 40, 50, 47th President of the United States, doing everything he's doing. Shout out to the GOAT, Dr. Luke. God bless you. That is an esteemed member. Shout out to the Bucket Master, Mr. Booski. Shout out to the legendary C. Shelley. Shout out to Jet. All right, here we go. This was, yesterday.
Withdraws from Los Angeles and ceases the enforcement of federal immigration law. In other words, they can't.
From the lakes of Minnesota heart, and it's time to ain't no doubt.
This is what I voted for. Hold up your American flag. Nobody cares about your home flag, okay? This is America. If you love your home country so much, go back home. Go back home, yo.
Wow. That's a beautiful sight, and it's a beautiful sight to be with you in a place called Fort Bragg. Can you believe they changed that name in the last administration for a little bit? But we'll forget all about that. Well, we're going to forget all about it. I want to just say God bless the U.S. Army and God bless the USA. Great place, great group. I want to thank so many incredible soldiers and paratroopers, pilots, warriors for that awesome display of pure, unrivaled American military might. I just saw something that was crazy. You don't want to mess. I've been saying a long time, we have the best. Nobody even comes close, but they just gave me a display that you might be lucky not to see it because it's a little scary. It was beautiful to watch. Let's hear it for the Army Special Operations and Command and the 82nd Airborne Division and the 18th Airborne Corps. What a show it was, and what a show it continues to be. And Saturday is going to be a big day in Washington, D.C. You know, a lot of people said, we don't want to do that. I say, yeah, we do. We want to show off a little bit. You know, recently, other countries celebrated the victory of World War I. France was celebrating, really. They were all celebrating. The only one that doesn't celebrate is the USA, and we're the ones that won the war. Without us, you'd all be speaking German right now. Maybe a little Japanese thrown in. But we won the war. Man. And we don't celebrate, but we're going to celebrate on Saturday, and we're going to celebrate from now on. We're going to celebrate our greatness and our achievements. This week we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army. For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies. There's never been anything like it. There's never been a force like this. And I rebuilt it. I gave you so much money for 4 years. It was crazy. And we just approved our largest budget for military operations, over $1 trillion. We've never even come close. But our army has smashed foreign empires, humbled kings, toppled tyrants, and hunted terrorist savages through the very gates of hell. Our soldiers do not rest until they win. You know that better than anybody. From June 1775 to June 2025, those foolish enough to challenge America's army have been met with unyielding strength, unbreakable spirit, and unstoppable, overwhelming force. Time and again, our enemies have learned that if you dare to threaten the American people, American soldier will chase you down, crush you, and cast you into oblivion. That's what happens, unfortunately. That's what happens. Doesn't sound very nice, but it's true, isn't it? The last sound you ever hear will be the dueling howl of Black Hawks in the dead of night, the thunderous boom of artillery fire, or the ferocious roar of a U.S. Army infantry brigade charging over the horizon. That brigade is going to charge like you've never seen before, and hopefully I can keep you out of that, but if I don't, you're ready. Is that right? If I can keep you out of it, if I keep you out of it, that's okay, but if we need it, you're ready. You know, it's called peace through strength, isn't it? Peace through strength. For our adversaries, there's no greater fear than the United States Army. They all fear us, and we have the greatest force anywhere on earth. You know, you read different stories that others are building and building and building. We have a force like no other. They said it would take 5 years to defeat ISIS. We did it in 4 weeks. 4 weeks. We let them go. Unlike other of your leaders, I let them go, and we had General Raisin Kane, who's now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, because I liked him. He was a warrior. He was a great warrior, and now he's been rewarded for his incredible work. But they said it would take 5 years. We did it in 4 weeks. Someday I'm going to ask him to explain that one to me. But it was the television generals that said that. The real generals got out and fought, and nobody fought like them ever. But for the American people, there's no greater pride, because you are the righteous sword of American justice and the ultimate shield of American freedom. This week, we remember that we only have a country because we first had an army. The army was first. In fact, the army was even before the country. You know that, right? 1 year before the country. After 250 years, we still proudly declare that we are free because you are strong. You are so strong. We're safe because you are brave, and America's flag will never fall because America's army will never, ever fail. Never going to fail. Every branch of the armed forces has played a critical role in protecting our nation, but no one has done more fighting, bleeding, and winning than the U.S. Army. Nobody's done that. The Army has earned more combat medals and more battle ribbons than any other service, and 70% of all of the medals of honor. We give away medals of honor all the time at the White House to incredibly brave people, but you have 70% of them. Army soldiers, and especially our Army paratroopers, truly go all the way. You know that expression, all the way. It's one of your beautiful expressions. As President of the United States, let me express my undying gratitude to our nation, for every soldier here today, for every veteran and their families, those incredible families that are with us and all across America, and for every patriot who has worn the uniform over 250 years. Can you imagine that? We thank you from the absolute bottom of our hearts Few places loom larger in Army lore than where we are gathered today, the one and only Fort Bragg, the one and only Fort Bragg. But remember, it was only that little brief moment that it wasn't called Fort Bragg. It was by the Biden administration, not Trump. I had nothing to do with it. We got it changed. We said, I came here numerous times and everybody, they kept saying Fort Bragg, Fort Bragg. I said, it's not the name, but then I was making a speech. I said, what do you think I should call this place? Call it Fort Bragg. I said, Fort Bragg, how you doing? We won a lot of battles from this place, and that's the way it is. It wasn't even close. When Pete and some of the generals came to see me, I said, not even close, not even close. This is the home of the Green Berets, the Sky Dragons, and the all-American 82nd Airborne. We know what 82nd Airborne Division. This is where the GIs who won the Second World War learned to pack their parachutes and push howitzers and go right into those C-47s with lots of arms and push them right out those big, beautiful doors and wield their bayonets and pry the enemy from the hedgerows of the French countryside. France needed us badly. We were there. A lot of people needed us badly. They still do, maybe worse than ever. It was here in this soil that the Army forged the metal that held strong at Bastogne. It was here the mighty paratroopers earned their wings before they rained down death from above to liberate Sicily, Normandy, and even the Netherlands. That's right. We saved the Netherlands. Every inch of this base is steeped in the legacy of those warriors who have said with pride, "Sir, I trained at Fort Bragg, sir." That was pretty cool. And that is why we restored the historic name of this very, very special place. I don't know if it could be the same place. Fort Bragg is that's the name. And Fort Bragg, it shall always remain. That's never going to be happening again. And for a little news for the fake news back there, the fake news, ladies and gentlemen, look at them all. Oh, yeah, what I have to put up with. Fake news. What I have to put up with. But they're all right. They've been very nice today. They were impressed with that display, I can tell you that. I think it took them a little by surprise. But for a little breaking news, we are also going to be restoring the names to Fort Pickett, Fort Hood, Fort Gordon, Fort Rucker, Fort Polk, Fort A.P. Hill, and Fort Robert E. Lee. We won a lot of battles out of those forts. It's no time to change. And I'm superstitious. I like to keep it going, right? I'm very superstitious. We want to keep it going. So that's a big story. We just announced that today to you for the first time. They said, why didn't you wait till Saturday? I said, I can't wait. I got to talk to my friends here today. This is a record crowd. You never had a crowd this big. That's an honor. You think this crowd would have showed up for Biden? I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. I want to thank so many great leaders here today, including Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who's been great. By the way, Pete, thank you. Great. And he went through the wars, Pete went through the wars. He had to get through a very hostile group of people that I think really don't want to see America be great again, maybe, or something. But he persevered, and he got there, and he's doing a fantastic job. Great job, Pete. Thank you very much. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins, a fantastic man. Thank you, Doug. You're doing a great job. Doing a great job. Way, way up from the last administration, Veterans Administration. It's way up. You saw the recent poll. The people are happy. They weren't happy a couple of years ago. They were really happy 5 years ago. But it went downhill from there. We did so much. We got you medical, if you had to wait, if you had a delay at all, you go out to see a private doctor, we pay the bill, you take care of it. You don't wait for 6 months and end up getting very sick on something that could have been done with a little shot or a pill. We did that. Then they wanted to drop that. I said, we're not dropping it. But Doug, I'm proud of you. I just heard some great things. Thank you very much. The Secretary of the Army, a really brilliant young guy, went to Yale, can't have everything. Top student, Dan Driscoll. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. And we have your senators, Senator Ted Budd and Senator Tom Tillis. Thank you, fellas. Congressman Richard Hudson, Pat Harrigan. Where's Pat? Pat? Good, Pat. You're doing great. You guys are amazing. And we have the big brass, General Andrew Pappas. General, thank you. Thank you, General. Doing a great job. General John Braga. John, thank you. Great job. Thank you for today, John. General Greg Anderson. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Thank you. Sergeant Major of the Army, Michael Weimer. And before going further, I want to say a few words about the situation in Los Angeles, California. Have you heard of the place? Where I've deployed thousands of National Guard troops and hundreds of Marines to protect federal law enforcement from the attacks of a vicious and violent mob. And some of the radical left, they say, oh, that's not nice. Well, if we didn't do it, there wouldn't be a Los Angeles. It'd be burning today, just like their houses were burning a number of months ago. Generations of Army heroes did not shed their blood on distant shores only to watch our country be destroyed by invasion and third world lawlessness here at home, like is happening in California. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not let that happen. It's never going to happen. What you're witnessing in California is a full-blown assault on peace, on public order, and on national sovereignty carried out by rioters bearing foreign flags with the aim of continuing a foreign invasion of our country. We're not going to let that happen. Remember, millions of people were allowed to come into our country totally unchecked and unvetted by stupid people or radical left people or sick people. But regardless, open border policy, the dumbest policy yet. I would say even dumber than men playing in women's sports, transgender for everyone. Even dumber than that. They're hurling bricks and cinder blocks at law enforcement. Did you see they're breaking up the sidewalks and the curbs, breaking it up with big, strong hammers? These guys are professionals. These are not amateurs. They're breaking it up because they took the bricks away from them. They came in with bricks, red bricks, that they could throw at our military and at the police in LA, who are very good, but they weren't aggressive like our soldiers. Our soldiers really were aggressive, but they all worked together. But they came in with bricks, they were taken away, and they had hammers. Oh, wow, how did that happen? And they're pounding the sidewalk. I said, what the hell is he doing? And he's breaking it up and making it into concrete bombs in a way, and they're dropping them on our military. They're throwing them at our military. Pretty good arms they had, too. Hits guys right in the face, big chunk of concrete, worse than a brick. They're taking them up to the bridges, and they're dropping them in the cars that are going by. These are animals. But they proudly carry the flags of other countries, but they don't carry the American flag. They only burn it. Did you see a lot of the flags being burned? They weren't being burned by people from our country or from people that love our country. People that burn the American flag should go to jail for 1 year. That's what they should be doing. 1 year. And we'll see if we can get that done. We're going to try and get that done. We're working with some of your senators. I know Senator Josh Hawley is very much involved. And I know the two senators from here. I think you guys, are you guys in favor of it? Boy, would this be a bad time for them to say no. I got you. I got those 2 votes. The agitators are throwing firebombs, Molotov cocktails, lighting vehicles ablaze. You saw all the cars that were burning, mobbing police officers and ICE officers who are the toughest people you'll ever meet, and they love our country, and they're getting really they want to stomp on them, but they're too tough. They don't allow it. And attempting to infiltrate and occupy federal buildings wearing armor and face shields. The best money can buy, somebody's financing it. We're going to find out through Pam Bondi and Department of Justice who it is. They're already on it. Who's financing all this equipment? Very professional. Under the Trump administration, this anarchy will not stand. We will not allow federal agents to be attacked, and we will not allow an American city to be invaded and conquered by a foreign enemy, and that's what they are. A lot of those people were let in here by the Biden administration. They just poured right in. They came from prisons, they came from jails from all over the world. They came from mental institutions. They were the leaders of gangs. They were drug lords allowed to come into our country. Their countries threw them out. Their countries would bus them or drive them right to our border and say, go in there, you ever come back, we're going to kill you. And we got them, and we're getting them out of here. I want to applaud the courage and the strength of the incredible troops who are right now standing guard to protect federal property and personnel and uphold the supremacy of federal law. That's what they're doing. They're protecting our ICE agents. They're protecting the police in Los Angeles. The head of the police in Los Angeles, a good man, I hear a good man, but he was actually saying we really did need this help. It had gotten away from them. It had long gotten away. And we gave it to them. Not only are these service members defending the honest citizens of California, they're also defending our republic itself. And they are heroes. They're in there, they're heroes. They're fighting for us. They're stopping an invasion just like you'd stop an invasion. The big difference is most of the time when you stop an invasion, they're wearing a uniform. In many ways, it's tougher when they're not wearing a uniform because you don't know exactly who they are. In Los Angeles, the governor of California, the mayor of Los Angeles, they're incompetent, and they paid troublemakers, agitators, and insurrectionists. They're engaged in this willful attempt to nullify federal law and aid the occupation of the city by criminal invaders. That's what it is. They're invaders, no different. Their position is that the rioting will not stop unless ICE withdraws from Los Angeles and ceases the enforcement of federal immigration law. In other words, they came in here illegally. Many of them came out of prisons and jails, the most heinous people. They came from all over the world. They came from the Congo in Africa. They came from Asia. They came from the prisons of these places. They were put into the United States and allowed to stay here because we had a grossly, grossly unfit president who listened to whoever was operating the auto pen. And they allowed these people to stay. And by the way, I've known this guy for a long time. He was never the sharpest bulb. But you know what he was? He wasn't a radical left lunatic. He never dreamt about open borders. He never said that when he was of sound mind, which actually was a very long time ago. So sad what they've done to our country. I will say that without question, however, you're seeing the financial numbers. We've now got the hottest country anywhere in the world. And 6 months ago, it was the coldest country. We're being laughed at all over the world. I was in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. We brought back $5.1 trillion into our country. And all three leaders, they're great leaders, all three said, you know, you are presiding over the hottest country anywhere in the world. And they said the exact same thing. They said 6 months ago, it was the coldest country. I'll tell you, it changed on a date. You know what November 5th was? It was the election of a president that loves you. And that's when it all changed. That's when it all changed. Within the span of a few decades, Los Angeles has gone from being one of the cleanest, safest, and most beautiful cities on earth to being a trash heap with entire neighborhoods under the control of transnational gangs and criminal networks. It's horrible what's happened so quickly. As the entire world can now see, uncontrolled migration leads to chaos, dysfunction, and disorder. And you know what? They have it in Europe, too. It's happening in many of the countries of Europe. They don't like it when I say it, but I'll say it loudly and clearly. They better do something before it's too late. Very simply, we will liberate Los Angeles and make it free, clean, and safe again. It's happening very quickly. The one big, beautiful bill, you've heard about it. We call it the one big, I was on one of the television shows, I think Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, Deface the Nation. It's actually called Face the Nation for those of you that are smart enough not to know, because you're better off not knowing. But I was on one of the shows, and I said, we got to get a great bill. They said, would you like it to be one bill, or would you like it to be 7 or 8 bills? They said, I want one big, beautiful bill. And the Republican Party liked that statement. They call it one big, beautiful bill, so that's good. And that's what it is. It's great. And it's currently before Congress. It provides all necessary funding for ICE, for Border Patrol, and for the Department of Defense. And I told you, at a level that we've never had before, over $1 trillion. We better get that bill approved. Otherwise, your helicopters and your planes and your equipment's going to start to look a little bit old, General. You better push your favorite congressman. You better push these 2 senators. I think they're in good shape, however. But we got to get it approved. And those congressmen by you are all 100%. I don't even have to talk to them. They've been so great. So I want to sign this into law immediately. And with the signing, so many great things will happen to our country. No tax on tips. Think of that. No tax, seniors on Social Security. No tax on overtime. They're going to pay for themselves. And if you get a car, and if you borrow money to buy the car, we're going to let you deduct the interest payment if it's a new car made in America. Only if it's made in America. If it's made in Japan or China or any place else, we're not really interested in your deduction. I was elected winning all 7 swing states, the popular vote by millions and millions of votes, and all counties throughout America by 2,750 to 525. That's what I call a big number. But this is a mandate from the people to restore the sovereign borders of the United States, and that is exactly what we're doing. Not only the borders, the financial institutions, and our country itself. We will not be deterred. And the mob in Los Angeles or anyone else, anywhere else, will not succeed. They don't even have a little chance. And I will be calling you early as I see this happening because, in theory, I guess you could say a governor could call, but they don't call. They let their city burn, like in Minneapolis with this guy who ran for vice president against J.D. That was a good debate, J.D. against this guy. Remember how bad he was? That was I said, J.D., there's never been a man like you're competing against. This is the worst. I think he's running for president, too. Can you believe it? But he's a radical left lunatic. And I'll never forget, in Minnesota, that city was burning down. Minneapolis was burning down. It was going to burn to the ground, and he wouldn't call the guard. And I waited for a long time, and I called the guard, and I saved it. But I wish I would have called it the first day. And I said, if this ever happens again, because I was thinking about running because the election was rigged and stolen, we all know it. They said, we're going to run again, and if I win, which I hope, remember, we're going to make it too big to rig. But we did. We won by millions and millions of votes. So beautiful to watch. That was such a beautiful, 9:02 in the evening. They said, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is projected to be the winner. I said, well, you think that was easy? I don't think these ladies from North Carolina think it was easy. They followed me. I don't know what happened to their husbands. They're married to very nice people. But they've been to, 138 rallies. They said more. And they're from North Carolina. It's nice that we have one nearby finally, right? They go all over the country. I don't know what the hell's going on, but they're great. They're North Carolina, beautiful, wonderful woman, and we appreciate it. Like 130 rallies or some crazy number. Are your husbands satisfied with that? Are they okay? Oh, here he is. He showed up. One of them showed up. That's great. Congratulations. Great women, actually. the great patriots, we will use every asset at our disposal to quell the violence and restore law and order right away. We're not going to wait 7 days and 8 days and wait for a governor that's never going to call and watch cities burn. And let me tell you, if we didn't do this, Los Angeles would burn. It would be burning to the ground right now, just like the houses burned to the ground just a few months ago. And the only flag that will wave triumphant over the streets of Los Angeles is the American flag. So help me God. The American flag is the one that's going to wave triumphantly over the streets. And now let's get back to the true reason we're here today, celebrating 250 years of unbreakable Army courage. This week we commemorate not just the starting point in Army history, but a turning point in the history of the world. That's how important it is. When the Continental Congress created the Army and appointed its first commander, named happened to be George Washington. Has anybody heard of him? George Washington. Are you okay, darling? Are you all right? Yeah, take your time, please. Doctor, please. Doctor. Doctor in the house. Thank you. Thank you very much. These are great people. They've been waiting here a long time, General, so, you know, we want to give them all the time they need, right? Thank you very much. Greatest people in the world. They are amazing. Amazing. Oh, good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, honey. Thank you. Beautiful young person. Beautiful young person. We have a lot of young people. You know, they have. We won young people, old people, and everything in between. It's sort of nice. Remember, they used to say, but Trump doesn't have the young people. We won everything. Thank you very much, Doctor. Great job. When the Continental Congress created the Army and appointed its first commander, General George Washington, they sent the fierce spirit of a free nation into battle under a rallying cry that echoes to this day. Give me liberty or give me death. Have you heard of it? Quite a beautiful statement. Think of what that means. Give me liberty or give me death. I know exactly what that means. Just 3 days after the birth of the Army, the great patriot, founding father, Dr. Joseph Warren, was on the front lines as a soldiers stood totally outnumbered and outgunned at Bunker Hill. They had a group of soldiers against them that was supposed to be, in that day, unbeatable. Warren's mother had begged him, son, please don't do it. She said, please, please don't do it. Don't risk your life for even the patriot cause, please. And he replied, wherever danger is, dear mother, there your son will be. I will either set my country free or shed my last drop of blood to make us so. So beautiful. So the words are so beautiful. At Bunker Hill, Warren kept his vow, fighting and fighting and fighting and loving his country until he fell, drenched in blood, and gave his life at the very young age of 34. Exactly 250 years later, we are joined by Dr. Warren's great-great-great-great-great-grandson, and it's 7 generations down, and now an Iraq war veteran, retired Army specialist, Scott Warren, is here with his daughter, Sergeant E5 Carrington Sanders of Fort Irwin. I want to just, where are you? Where would you be in this big crowd? Thank you very much. What an honor. What an honor. You look great, too, by the way. You really look great. Thank you very much. What a great family. But you carry in your veins the love and devotion of a martyr for American Liberty, please stand. Just put that hand up once more for the people because they want. Thank you very much. You're looking good. Looking good. Good genes. Good genetics. Thank you both. Thank you very much. The life of a soldier is not just a job, it's a calling and a sacred tradition passed down from father to son, brother to sister, and one generation to the next. At every hour of danger, our noblest citizens have answered that call, kissed their loved ones goodbye, and run to the sound of guns. You run to the sound of guns, you're running right into them, you're going to win. When the British tried to reconquer our young nation in 1812, 1,000 Americans at Fort McHenry fought off a British invasion fleet, 5,000 strong. They say it was unstoppable. Lieutenant Francis Scott Key, you all heard the name, watched from Baltimore Harbor as the Army kept Old Glory flying high. Many people died. Deeply inspired, he wrote a poem in tribute to Army courage and American pride, known today as the Star-Spangled Banner, or our national anthem. Great. 8 generations later, we're joined by a descendant of Francis Scott Key, who has spent 2 decades in uniform, Major Kyle Key of Army National Guard fame. Please, Major, where are you, Major? Thank you. Thank you. Looking good, too. What's going on here? These guys they all come from a very fine strain of blood. That's great genetics is right. Thank you both very much. Major Key, thank you for helping to keep this incredible land of ours free and the home of the brave, and that's what it was. Through the decades that followed, the Army conquered the great frontier, won the war that restored our nation and broke forever the chains of slavery. A generation later, the Army's Rough Riders stormed up San Juan Hill with Colonel Theodore Roosevelt and swept the last foreign empire from the American hemisphere, forever swept. In World War I, our doughboys fought bravely in the Valley of the Marne and in the Argonne. There in 1918, a devout Tennessee Christian named Alvin York, you know that name, charged across an open field towards the German machine guns. They were firing at levels at that time that nobody had ever seen before. They were knocking down everything in their way, including giant trees were coming down. The enemy mowed down more than half of his platoon almost immediately. The platoon was going down like nobody's ever thought possible. But York pressed on into the jaws of death. He slayed German after German and returned with 132 prisoners from behind the enemy lines. And he had the option of killing them, and he didn't want to do that. And that's okay, isn't it, right? It's okay. But he brought 132 back. And his actions and the actions of that great day, that crazy but great day, Sergeant York earned the Congressional Medal of Honor and became one of the most famed and decorated heroes of the First World War. Very famous, actually, because of the movie that was made. And we're joined today by Sergeant York's grandson, Army Colonel Gerald York. Gerald? Thank you. Thank you, Gerald. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to have you. Thank you, Gerald. At his grandfather's funeral in 1964, Gerald was told by the command sergeant major of Fort Bragg that it was about time he joined the Army. And he volunteered for combat in Vietnam and gave the Army 31 of his best years. No, I think your best years are right now. You look very good. Your best years are right now. Keep it going. But Colonel York, we salute you. We salute your family and the fame and the bravery of your family. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. And in World War II, the Army once again came to the free world's rescue among the millions and millions who volunteered was Henry Armstrong. He enlisted 6 months before his high school graduation and did basic training right here at Fort Bragg. By the next year, he was in Normandy. He fought his way across France as part of Patton's Third Army, crossed the Rhine into the heart of Germany, and helped liberate a Nazi concentration camp. He was a brave person. Command Sergeant Major Henry Armstrong is here with us today. He's 100 years old, a veteran of numerous World War II battles.
Wow.
And 41 years in the Army.
Wow.
Thank you. Wow. These are great, amazing people. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you very much. He's joined by his grandson, Army Major Dennis Armstrong. Dennis, I assume that's you, right? Thank you, Dennis. And Dennis's wife, Captain Shelley Armstrong. They love the military, and they love our country. Thank you very much. Shelley, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And their son, Tanner. Where's Tanner? Let me see. Oh, he looks good, too. They all look good. Tanner might look the best, actually. Thank you very much. Who's an active duty staff sergeant in the 82nd Airborne right here in Fort Bragg. He could right now run for office, I think. He's very popular. In Korea, our warriors held the front line in the battle against communism and liberated millions and millions into the light of freedom. To Vietnam, we sent some of the toughest men who ever wore army boots and olive drab. One of them was Joe Marm of Pennsylvania. He was 23 years old when his platoon was ordered to rescue soldiers surrounded by the enemy in the Battle of Ya Drang. Lieutenant Marm charged into heavy fire, killing 4 enemy soldiers in the brush before sprinting across 40 yards of open field. His teammates could not believe he was doing it, actually, they said. He then tossed a grenade that killed 8 Viet Cong gunners, plunged into the trenches, and killed still more before being shot in the jaw, badly in the jaw. He successfully cleared the way for his men to save their stranded comrades, and frankly, for his men to save their own lives. He was unbelievable. For his exceptional bravery, Lieutenant Marm received the Congressional Medal of Honor and retired as an Army colonel after 30 years of service. Colonel Marm is here today with his 2 sons, Will and Walter, both Army Rangers. What a great family legacy. Please stand up. How's your jaw feeling? All right? The jaw? It's all right? Looks pretty good. I wish mine looked that good. It's very good. Thank you very much. Great family. Appreciate it. Real heroes. In the modern era, our soldiers have charged into the darkest caves and ventured into the most God-forsaken places to vanquish the forces of radical Islamic terror from the face of the earth. In 2007, Chief Warrant Officer Eric Phillips was stationed at a remote outpost in the Afghan mountains when a massive Taliban force attacked from all sides. He thought he was finished. For 3 hours, he led a hellacious counter-assault to successfully repulse the enemy in close combat. In the same deployment, Eric again repelled an attack by a vastly larger enemy force, saving countless lives. For his spectacular gallantry, Chief Phillips earned the Distinguished Service Cross and the Silver Star, becoming among the most highly decorated warriors of any branch in the war on terror. Actually, he is the most decorated, and it's not even that close. Many, many battles, many, many medals. And he's with us today, Chief Phillips. You did us all proud. Please stand up, Chief Phillips. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. You are Army strong. Thank you very much, Chief. From the American Revolution until today, the story of the Army is the tale of an unbroken chain of American patriots who gave all they had for this country. It is the saga of epic men like Washington and Jackson, Grant and Custer, Pershing and Eisenhower, Patton and MacArthur, Wild Bill Donovan, and the great General William Yarborough, father of the Green Berets. You know that, the Green Berets? You know that? William Yarborough. It's the story of fabled units like the Old Guard, the Iron Brigade, the Big Red One, the Buffalo Soldiers, the Harlem Hellfighters, the Tuskegee Airmen, the Screaming Eagles, and George Patton's Hell on Wheels. They called it Hell on Wheels. When he was after you, it was not good. The weapons of war have changed with every generation, but the unflinching loyalty of the American soldier has always remained the same. The Army has always stayed true to its motto, "This we'll defend." You know that. This we'll defend. Army warriors who have laid down their lives for America rest by the thousands in the sacred soil of Arlington and Gettysburg, Anzio and Manila, and to far-off places known only to God. We owe everything to them. Today we renew our devotion to the cause of liberty for which they so selflessly lived and fought and so bravely died. There could be no greater tribute to their memory than to prepare the Army to dominate America's enemies for the next 250 years and more than that. That's why under the Trump administration, we're focused on restoring the spirit of the U.S. Armed Forces. No soldier ever volunteered for the Army to be lectured about transgender diversity or inclusion. You don't want to hear that. Transgender for everybody. We don't do that. America's patriots joined the Army to kick down doors, storm beaches, kill terrorists, and win America's wars. That's what we want. And that's what you want. And to that end, we're making that record investment, but not only in the Army, in the other forces also, because you work together as a team. And we're including in that and across the board. Now, you don't have to take this if you don't want. You could be great patriots. Say, I don't want to raise. I will not accept it. Let it go back into our country. Let's give it to Gavin Newsom so he can waste it in Los Angeles. No, we don't want to do that, but we're giving you across the board raise for every single service member in the U.S. Armed Forces. We're giving you across the board, and you deserve it. You know, we spend so much money on things that we shouldn't be spending it on. But I think those days are stopping, Mr. Senators and Congressmen that are with us. As part of our one big, beautiful bill, we are also investing over $1 billion to update your on-base housing. And we're building a state-of-the-art missile defense shield to protect our homeland. And it's called the Golden Dome. It's going to be all made in America. We've done it for others. We're now doing it, about time, right? We're doing it for ourselves. After years of recruiting shortfalls, this is, to me, maybe the most exciting things. We're setting the strongest peacetime recruiting records ever. Just think of this. 6 months ago, we couldn't recruit anybody to join the military. Nobody wanted to join. That was 6 months ago. And then we had the election of November 5th. And now we have the strongest recruiting numbers in the history of our country. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? We've already surpassed our recruiting targets for 2025, and we're not done yet. And I'll tell you, it doesn't make you feel good when you had to hear 6, 7 months ago that nobody wants to join the Army, they don't want to join our military. Frankly, they didn't want to join our police, our firemen. They lost confidence, they lost faith in our country. And just a short number of months later, we're setting all-time records. In fact, your job might be in jeopardy. Somebody else may come in and take it. That was bad. We'll get you out of here. You have to be good. We're getting the best people that you've ever seen. We're getting people I don't think we've ever seen anything like it. Great people are coming in. Doesn't it make you feel good, though? You have something and you're doing something and other people want to join you. Isn't that a great feeling? And wasn't it a lousy feeling just a short time ago when they announced, you know, you're a soldier and you're proud of your country and you're proud of the Army in your case, and you're reading stories about nobody wants to come in and join the military, right? Isn't that lousy? Even the ladies from North Carolina were not happy with that. But then we had a great election. It was amazing. Too big to rig. We had a great election, and all of a sudden, the people are pouring in, and we have incredible people like Pete and the others that are here, Dan. I think they made a big difference. I really do. So thank you very much. All of you guys, I think you've really made a big difference. The Army will soon be stronger, bigger, and better than ever before. And every new soldier that joins our ranks will kindle the same fighting spirit exemplified by the likes of Sergeant Major Jim Schmidt, who's no longer with us. At 15 years old, after lying about his age, because he wanted to get in so badly, Jim trained at Fort Bragg to fight in World War II. When Jim's middle school wrote to ask if he would attend his 8th grade graduation, he wrote back, "That will be impossible, as I'm rather busy now. I'm in the hinterlands hunting down Germans," and I have to say this, and Italians. I know there are a couple of Germans and Italians here. As a paratrooper, he made the famous drops at Sicily and Salerno while still a young boy, too young to be in. The Army kicked him out. They found out about it. They kicked him out. They discovered he was way underage. They said, "Jim, you got to get out of here. You're a hell of a soldier, but you got to get out." But that didn't stop Jim. He enlisted in the Navy. But the moment he turned 18, he came right back and he joined the 82nd Airborne. How about that? He went on to fight at the Chosin Reservoir in Korea, rough place. Saw combat in Vietnam and ended his career right back at Fort Bragg, having earned 2 Silver Stars, 3 Bronze Stars, and 2 Purple Hearts. With us today is Jim's widow, Peggy, and their beloved grandson, Army Specialist Christian Forbes, who is currently deployed at our southern border defending our country from an invasion, whether we like it or not. It's an invasion, but I don't know if you've heard, the invasion was 99.9% stopped. Did you hear that? 99? Could even be more right. 99.999% stopped. That invasion is stopped, so I think he's in good shape. Specialist Forbes, I want to thank you for defending America, and you've obviously done a good job because that invasion has been stopped, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you, wherever you may be. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great. We stopped that sucker, didn't we, huh? We stopped it. Thank you very much. Each and every one of you here today carries in your souls the love, strength, and courage of millions upon millions of Army patriots who came before you. Your uniforms bear the same stars and stripes that our ancestors carried to victory at Yorktown, across the Great Plains, and over our Rockies, up the Missionary Ridge, down through the streets of Paris. That's right, we went down the streets of Paris. We got to help our allies, don't we? Across the sands of North Africa and onto the shores of Omaha Beach, into the blood-soaked hills of Korea. And it was a West Point graduate named Buzz Aldrin who first planted our great American flag on the face of the moon. We know that. Now it's your turn to carry that flag forward and to add your own daring deeds into this chronicle of triumph and legends. Now it's your duty to shield the flame of freedom that was first lit 250 years ago by the heroes of Concord Bridge and Bunker Hill. Standing before you today, I am more confident than ever that in the days ahead and every generation to come, the U.S. Army will heap glory upon glory upon glory upon us all. You will protect every inch of U.S. soil, and you will defend America to the ends of the earth. Wherever danger is, there the U.S. Army will be. Another beautiful phrase. Whatever peril comes our way, whatever menace threatens our people, you will stand strong, you will be proud, you will charge hard, and you will keep that flame lit, that beautiful, beautiful flame. You're going to keep it lit. You will hold the flag high, and you will do something that's become quite a famous little phrase also, but you're a hell of a lot braver than me. You will fight, 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 and you will win, win, win. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our soldiers, and God bless the U.S. Army. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Alrighty. You just heard from the 45th, now the 47th President of the United States, the OG, the one I voted for, because this is what I voted for. 1000%. Okay. Of course, Gavin Newsom has a lot to say. Always excuses. He never has solutions, always excuses. Excuses every time. No action. Here we go. Gavin Newsom.
Flamed a combustible.
I want to go in and listen to
risk.
Governor Gavin Newsom.
What's happening right now is very different than anything we've seen before. On Saturday morning, when federal agents jumped out of an unmarked van near a Home Depot parking lot, they began grabbing people, a deliberate targeting of a heavily Latino suburb. A similar scene played out when a clothing company was raided downtown. In other actions, a U.S. citizen, 9 months pregnant, was arrested. A 4-year-old girl taken, families separated, friends quite literally disappearing. In response, everyday Angelenos came out to exercise their constitutional right to free speech and assembly, to protest their government's actions. In turn, the state of California and the city and county of Los Angeles sent our police officers to help keep the peace. And with some exceptions, they were successful. Like many states, California is no stranger to this sort of unrest. We manage it regularly and with our own law enforcement. But this, again, was different. What then ensued was the use of tear gas, flashbang grenades, rubber bullets, federal agents detaining people and undermining their due process rights. Donald Trump, without consulting California law enforcement leaders, commandeered 2,000 of our state's National Guard members to deploy on our streets, illegally and for no reason. This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk. That's when the downward spiral began. He doubled down on his dangerous National Guard deployment by fanning the flames even harder. And the president, he did it on purpose. As the news spread throughout LA, anxiety for family and friends ramped up. Protests started again. By night, several dozen lawbreakers became violent and destructive. They vandalized property. They tried to assault police officers. Many of you have seen the video clips of cars burning on cable news. If you incite violence, I want to be clear about this. If you incite violence or destroy our communities...
Shut up. If you incite violence, it's already incited, bro. They're already inciting violence. If you incite violence. The one they already did, what did you do about it? You did nothing. If you incite violence, it's already violence going on, sir. Sir! What did you do about the violence? Now, when you have National Guard, oh, this is unlawful.
You're going to be held to account. That kind of criminal behavior will not be tolerated, full stop. Already more than 220 people have been arrested, and we're reviewing tapes to build additional cases, and people will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Again, thanks to our law enforcement officers and the majority of Angelenos who protested peacefully, the situation was winding down and was concentrated in just a few square blocks downtown. But that's not what Donald Trump wanted. He again chose escalation. He chose more force. He chose theatrics over public safety. He federalized another 2,000 Guard members. He deployed more than 700 active U.S. Marines. These are the men and women trained for foreign combat, not domestic law enforcement. We honor their service. We honor their bravery. But we do not want our streets militarized by our own armed forces, not in LA, not in California, not anywhere. We're seeing unmarked cars in school parking lots, kids afraid of attending their own graduation. Trump is pulling a military dragnet all across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and seamstresses. That's just weakness masquerading as strength. Donald Trump's government isn't protecting our communities. They're traumatizing our communities. And that seems to be the entire point. California will keep fighting. We'll keep fighting on behalf of our people, all of our people, including in the courts. Just yesterday, we filed a legal challenge to Donald Trump's reckless deployment of American troops to a major American city. Today, we sought an emergency court order to stop the use of the American military to engage in law enforcement activities across Los Angeles. If some of us could be snatched off the streets without a warrant, based only on suspicion or skin color, then none of us are safe. Authoritarian regimes begin by targeting people who are least able to defend themselves, but they do not stop there. Trump and his loyalists, they thrive on division because it allows them to take more power and exert even more control. And by the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him. What more evidence do we need than January 6th? Ask everyone. Take time, reflect on this perilous moment. A president who wants to be bound by no law or constitution, perpetuating a unified assault on American traditions. This is a president who in just over 140 days has fired government watchdogs that could hold him accountable for corruption and fraud. He's declared a war on culture, on history, on science, on knowledge itself. Databases, quite literally, are vanishing. He's delegitimizing news organizations, and he's assaulting the First Amendment. And the threat of defunding them, at threat, he's dictating what universities themselves can teach. He's targeting law firms and the judicial branch that are the foundations of an orderly and civil society. He's calling for a sitting governor to be arrested for no other reason than to, in his own words, for getting elected. And we all know this Saturday, he's ordering our American heroes, the United States military, and forcing them to put on a vulgar display to celebrate his birthday, just as other failed dictators have done in the past. Look, this isn't just about protests.
What is this guy talking about?
Here in Los Angeles. When Donald Trump sought blanket authority to commandeer the National Guard, he made that order apply to every state in this nation. This is about all of us. This is about you. California may be first, but it clearly will not end here. Other states are next. Democracy is next. Democracy is...
Sit down, sir. Sit down. You had ICE coming to your state. ICE came into your state. They came into your city, Los Angeles, to do their job. They came to do their job. Why didn't you help them? Why didn't you deploy LAPD to help ICE? Why? You guys already said you would not stand for Trump's deportation. You said it before he won the election. So stop acting like you were supporting ICE raid. You weren't supporting ICE raids. No, you weren't. You caused this because if you had supported the ICE agent in your cities, there would not be this type of chaos. But you didn't support ICE. As a matter of fact, I think this guy is in the pocket of a lot of bad people. In my opinion, I may be wrong. Allegedly, okay? Allegedly, this guy is in the pocket of these bad players. Because why would you say that it was a peaceful protest? Same thing Kamala Harris. Same thing the Mayor Karen Bass. What are you talking about peaceful protest? Peaceful protest? As a matter of fact, why would you have other countries' flag flying in your city, standing on burning cars, throwing stones at ICE agent vehicles? These guys were throwing stones at ICE agents, standing in front of ICE agent cars. This guy didn't say, you know what, Angelinos, we have to let the ICE agents do their job. He never said that for one time. Guess what they were calling? Everybody on the left in California, they're saying ICE should leave California. What are you talking about? So you're telling me that the illegal immigrant in your city dictates what you do in your city? What is going on here? So you mean that ICE cannot deport illegals in California? Why? How much are you getting from the illegals? Why would you say ICE should leave California? Why? What are you doing? This isn't the first time Gavin Newsom has said he would not support ICE deportation. Same thing with New Yorkers. Same thing with Illinois, Chicago. They're saying they would not support ICE agents in deporting these folks. So, what does Gavin Newsom, or what do they have on Gavin Newsom? In my opinion, something is fishy right here. Because why would you say federal agents should not do their jobs? Oh, you have to leave California. Leave California now. Why? You have illegal immigrants, and it is ICE's job to take out illegal immigrants. So you're saying ICE should not do their jobs?
Under assault before our eyes. This moment we have feared has arrived. He's taking a wrecking ball to our founding fathers' historic project. 3 co-equal branches of independent government. There are no longer any checks and balances. Congress is nowhere to be found. Speaker Johnson has completely abdicated that responsibility. The rule of law has increasingly been given way to the rule of Don. The founding fathers, they didn't live and die to see this kind of moment. It's time for all of us to stand up. Justice Brandeis, he said it best. In a democracy, the most important office, with all due respect, Mr. President, is not the presidency, and it's certainly not governor. The most important office is office of citizen. At this moment,
please, come on, yo. It's not gonna fly. It's the office of citizen. Yeah, those citizens that you're saying are important, they voted for the man in the Oval Office, okay? 77 million of them voted for Trump, and they support deportation because everybody's acting like Trump didn't talk about deporting illegal immigrants. He said it. That's why he won the election. He said he was going to enact tariffs. He spoke about tariffs. He spoke about deportation. He spoke about trade renegotiations. Everything he's doing right now, he campaigned on it and he won on those promises. So what are you saying? The most important office is the office of the citizen. Yeah. And those citizens voted for Trump. So get on with it.
Stand up and be held to account, a higher level of accountability. If you exercise your first...
And everybody in the comment section saying, oh, you're going to get deported. Genesis is going to get deported. Do I look like I'm going to get deported? I don't get it. I was in the White House for the Easter egg roll. I was invited to the White House. So what are you talking about? This is what liberals do. They come here trying to incite fear. Oh, so you are an immigrant? Yes, I'm illegal. Listen, a legal immigrant. I came into this country legally. I went through Homeland Security. I went through USCIS. I had to study. I had to read. I had to know about the United States. Okay? I had to prove that I love this country. And I love America. I believe America is the greatest country in the world, on earth. America has given me so much opportunities. So when I see people disrespecting this land, it hurts so much to see people burning and looting and saying they're protesting. That's not how you protest. It took me 5 to 6 years to become a United States citizen. And I'll do it all over again if I have to. And I voted for Trump. I would vote for Trump over and over and over again. What else can you say, Libros? Oh, you're brown skin. Look at you. You're voting for Trump. Trump is a racist. What else? What else y'all got? What else you got? Oh, you're a sellout. What else you got? Because I got thick skin. Bring it on.
First Amendment rights, please, please do it peacefully. I know many of you are feeling deep anxiety, stress, and fear.
That's your
But I
cause.
want you to know that you are the antidote to that fear and that anxiety. What Donald Trump wants most is your fealty, your silence to be complicit in this moment. Do not give in to him.
That was a blistering speech there from the California Governor Gavin Newsom, responding after days of back and forth between his state and Los Angeles specifically and the White House and President Trump, including comments that the president has made saying that if he was his border czar, he would have Governor Newsom arrested, something that the governor there invoked as he was essentially referencing not only what we've been seeing play out in Los Angeles, which he was plenty critical of, including Trump bypassing the governor there to deploy the National Guard, also sending hundreds of Marines to Los Angeles. He also invoked the fact that he had implied having him arrested, the president's upcoming military parade that he's having here in Washington, his fight with Harvard, and he warned other states in that speech that, quote, other states are next. He said that Donald Trump is not opposed to lawlessness, and he invoked what happened on January 6th. He also addressed what we've been seeing play out over the last several nights in Los Angeles and condemned the violence and the vandalism. He pointed to the hundreds of arrests that have played out so far already in that city and said that they are working through video and compiling additional cases, as he thanked the Los Angeles Police Department for the work that it's done so far and said it was needless to have the National Guard also deployed there. Those were notable comments coming from the governor after a vicious back and forth between President Trump and Governor Newsom, as he has repeatedly criticized the job that Newsom has done and said if it was
Newsom has always done a very terrible job. He's always done a very terrible job. I mean, look at what he did with the fire, with the wildfire in California. They didn't have water in their fire hydrants. I mean, what are you thinking? This guy is incapable. Now, if you are an American, all right, even if you're not yet an American citizen, even if you just have a green card, if you have a green card and you see this type of video, as an American, this is hard to watch. People died for this flag right here. People died for this flag right here. And as an American, it's okay for you to see your country flag being burned. So it's okay for these people to burn down your flags. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Is this okay? How is this okay? How is this okay? But yet I am the coon. Yet I am the seller. Yet I'm the one with no brains. And you are the one with brains. You are the one that has some sense, right? But yet you support this? How can you support your flags being burned? How can you support your country flag being burned? And you were born here. I wasn't even born yet. And that's the thing. I wasn't even born in the United States. And I cannot even watch this. This irritates me. But you were born here. You were born here, and this is okay to you. How is this okay to you? How? I love America so much. This is so irritating to me.
It is right to rebel! I stand for hell! I stand for hell! It is right to rebel! It is right to rebel! So stand for hell!
Oh, okay. So this is free speech. Burning down the flag is free speech. Looting stores is free speech. Man, liberals, delusional. Absolutely delusional. Can't save this, folks. You can't save them. You can't save them. This is free speech, right? This right here is free speech. Okay. And that's what liberals say. It's free speech. They're protesting. This is protest, I see. This is protest, ladies and gentlemen. Free speech, peaceful protest. Right? Peaceful protest, ladies and gentlemen. Very peaceful. Very peaceful. Absolutely peaceful. Kamala said free speech. AOC said it is a peaceful protest. Does this look like a peaceful protest to you? I am the dummy. I see. And you are the smart one. They are looting down your stores in your city, and I am the coon. Oh my goodness. You can't look at this, folks. You can't save them. Look at this. They have their flags with them. Look. This is peaceful protest, ladies and gentlemen. Peaceful protest. Absolutely peaceful. Look how peaceful it is.
We're the security guard.
Peaceful protest, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Mayor Karen Bass, of course, almost, in my opinion,
This hour
useless.
with the protests in downtown Los Angeles, the anger is focused on immigration raids in the community, but destruction and clashes with police have sometimes overshadowed that message.
Police broke up crowds last night and made arrests. Some protesters are seen throwing objects at officers, including what appears to be fireworks. The Justice Department says it has begun prosecuting some of the protesters, and President Trump has deployed 4,000 National Guard troops and about 700 Marines to protect federal personnel and property. Many protesters say they condemn the violence but want their voices heard.
You've seen videos of people, family being torn apart, and it should break anybody's heart to the point where you want to stand up for those people.
It's our job to stand up with them and say that we don't stand for this either. And I'm not really scared of them. I'm more scared of what our country's becoming.
The protests are spreading beyond California, including now to Dallas and Atlanta, Louisville, and New York. Many protesters say it's time to take a stand against President Trump's immigration policies and what they feel is heavy-handed and heartless enforcement.
CNN Stephanie Elon.
Let me ask you guys something, which I've always asked for like the past 1 week now. You cross the border illegally, but as soon as you get into the United States, you say you want due process. How does that work? Think about the country as a home. You have your wife, your kids in your home, because America is people's home, right? This is a land, this is a country that harbors people. Now, your home harbors you, your kids, maybe you have family members living with you, who knows? And an intruder comes into your home. And when he enters into your home, He's saying, I want a place to sleep, please. He breaks into your home, start eating your food, taking your kids' food, and you say that's okay. And he's saying, no, I want due process. No, please just give me a spot to sleep. You already broke in. You deserve to be whatever you get because you broke into this place in the first place. You broke in. You didn't knock the door. You didn't say, hey, it's me. My name is so and so. I'm from this place. I just need to come into the house to eat. I'm hungry or whatever. Introduce yourself by the door. That's why there's a door, and the door is the border to a country. So when you break the door and you break into my home, if you get shot, you get shot. Same thing with the border. Once you cross the border and you get deported, how is that bad? You already crossed illegally in the first place. So what are you asking for due process for?
In downtown Los Angeles, Stephanie, what are you seeing there this morning?
Pamela, I got to tell you, the cleanup work that is happening here in downtown LA is amazing. Just since we've been here, there's been so much that's been cleaning up that has been going on here. This is an Apple store that was broken into and looted. You can see there's blood underneath here, but you can see they're on the process of about to replace this glass. They've been in there cleaning, mopping, cleaning up the stuff that was looted and broken. And you've really got to keep in mind that there are two different temperatures here. During the day, you've got people who are protesting ICE and what has been happening as far as immigration. And then at night, there's a very different element that comes out that's just looking for destruction. And we heard the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, speak about that specific element. Take a listen.
To see the level of obscene graffiti all over buildings. And I just say that anybody that does that, don't come and say that you are supporting immigrant rights, the rights of immigrants. You can't possibly be supporting immigrants and vandalize our city. You will be held accountable and frankly need to be separated from the people who are really fighting on behalf of.
So why didn't you do that in the first place? She didn't do that in the first place. As soon as Trump deployed National Guard, now they want to talk about, you had your city. You were in charge of your city. You should have helped ICE agent, but you did not. And this is coming from an immigrant. This is coming from an immigrant, ladies and gentlemen. Legal immigrants do not like illegal immigrants, and that's just facts.
Our immigrant community.
And we also heard the police chief from Los Angeles Police Department also echoed that thought, that during the nighttime hours, that's when things completely change. I just want to turn over here with my photojournalist here, Greg Kane, to show you that across the street here, those white walls all had no ice on them. They all had expletives, curse words. They're gone. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. They're gone. The broken glass that was out here outside of the Adidas stores that's across the street, it's also gone. So it's also really important to put into perspective here, Pamela, that what we are seeing, the city is on it. They're cleaning things up. But also it's a very limited part of the city in downtown Los Angeles that is being impacted by this. The majority of the city is business as usual.
Just to follow up on that, Stephanie, how many blocks? Because I think a lot of us are trying to conceptualize, you know, how big this is, or small, if you will. How many blocks?
It's the majority of it's really small. So, like, if you were to see where you may have seen CNN anchor Sarah Seidner, where she was by the federal buildings over there by the courthouse, that's about a mile away from where I am. So there's been widespread graffiti, but the actual destruction has been more contained, and it's all downtown. You're not seeing this in other parts of the city. It's just not spread outside of downtown. And this is generally how things go here in Los Angeles. When we have protests, especially about immigration, ICE, it happens downtown. This is standard. It's not widespread throughout the entire city.
All right, Stephanie Elam in Los Angeles. Thanks so much, Stephanie.
California has filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration asking a judge to declare the mobilization of National Guard troops unconstitutional, and the state also wants the court to prevent future deployments. With us now is the Attorney General for the state of California, Rob Bonta. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm pretty sure that you've heard the president here just moments ago echoing his Homeland Security Secretary. He said that these are paid protesters mostly in Los Angeles. What's your reaction to that?
People who peacefully protest and make their voices heard, consistent with their rights under the First Amendment, who do it lawfully, who do it safely, or are a core part of our democracy. We have a government of, for, and by the people. Most of the folks who are protesting peacefully. Of course, we often see those who see the...
And this is what we're talking about. When people come out here and say they're protesting peacefully, who is protesting peacefully? Are we watching the same videos? What is a peaceful protest and what is this? This isn't peaceful protest. And they know it. And this is why Democrats keep losing. This is why y'all keep losing, liberals. Y'all keep losing because you guys can never say the truth. The truth is right in front of you. But nope. We're not going to say the truth. That's why Trump beat y'all so bad. It hurts. You come on my channel and say you better stay in your mom's basement because it's the facts. It's the facts. Nobody wants looting. Nobody wants vandalizing. Nobody wants all this stuff. Nobody wants it. You're flying your country flag. If you love your country so much, why are you in the United States, please? Go back home now. Okay. You love your country so much, but you're here. Doing what?
This as an opportunity and to agitate and get involved in criminal activity, and those folks should be held accountable and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Local law enforcement has been doing just that. But peaceful protesters organically rising up to share their thoughts and call out injustice and demand something different or better is a core part of our constitutional democracy. These are not paid protesters. These are Americans who care about the future of their country and are making their voices heard.
And as I mentioned, you're suing the state of California is over the deployment of the Guard, now planning to sue over this deployment of Marines. Will those suits move in time to really affect this situation? And if they don't, what are you worried is going to happen?
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's a shame. And it's a pity that you would allow people from other countries that are probably not citizens do this to your country. It's sad. And you say you are American? You were born here? Why? Why would you say it's okay to do stuff like this to your city? And it's now going to Chicago, it's going to some cities in Texas, it's already in New York. These people are protesting. They're saying they're protesting, but they are becoming really violent, but they're saying we're protesting. Why would you want this in your country? What, like, America's done so much for you. You live in a country where you have the opportunity to be free, to live your life. You have electricity 24/7. You have clean water. You have internet. You are already farther than so many people around the world, like billions around the world. They don't have clean water. They don't have 24/7 electricity. They don't have the internet. They don't have it. Or they don't have it as much as the United States has it. If you lived in China, you couldn't even use some of these social media that you use here. If you lived in Russia, you probably wouldn't be able to use some of this social media that you use here in the United States. You live in a free country, but you want people to come into your country to spoil it for you. And you say you support those people. Awesome.
They will move quickly. We'll be sure of that. We sued yesterday because the president has been engaged in an unlawful power grab. He has tried to seize authority he does not have. He cannot lawfully deploy the National Guard to Los Angeles, period, full stop. The statute he cites to does not give him that authority. You need to have an invasion or a rebellion or the inability to execute the laws of the United States. None of that is present. He also needs to have consulted Governor Newsom and issued the order through Governor Newsom, who has objected to calling in the National Guard. So we believe clearly and unambiguously under the law we have a winning case. Today we are bringing a temporary restraining order request to the court to assure that this case moves quickly, that we get an order as early as today or within the coming days, maybe later this week, because of the irreparable and irreversible harm that California faces because of this needless, unnecessary, counterproductive inflammation and provocation, escalation, and antagonizing conducted by the president.
There are legal experts who say he does have latitude to do this. The question is really whether he should or not, and a lot of them say it's not a great idea here. You hear Trump administration officials saying they're just enforcing the law, they're doing these worksite raids, and your solution is for them to not enforce the law. What is your reaction when you hear that?
So let's make sure we're talking about the same thing. Can immigration enforcement authorities enforce immigration law lawfully? Of course. And it's unlawful to obstruct or interfere with the lawful enforcement of immigration law by immigration enforcement authorities. We're talking about the military being brought on to America.
Okay. He's literally contradicting himself. But Los Angeles did not support the ICE agent. Listen to what you just said right here.
Lawful enforcement. So let's make sure we're talking about the same thing. Can immigration enforcement authorities enforce immigration law lawfully? Of course. And it's unlawful to obstruct or interfere with the lawful enforcement.
Yeah, I'm done. This folks.
Of immigration law by immigration enforcement.
ICE were just doing their jobs. And you had people standing in front of their cars, throwing stones at them, saying, "We want you out of LA," stopping them from doing their jobs. And you are here saying it's unlawful to stop law enforcement officers from doing their jobs. That's what happened, sir.
Enforcement authorities. We're talking about the military being brought on to American soil to be engaged in civilian law enforcement. The Posse Comitatus Act clearly states since the late 1800s that that is unlawful. The National Guard, the California National Guard, is a joint operation under the command of Governor Newsom, unless or until there's a specific statutory element that allows the president to call them in. No such element is present here. So we're talking about the military being brought to Los Angeles, not about civil immigration enforcement, to be clear. And our position is the president can only do lawful things. He has a lot that he can do within the authority of the president, but he cannot do unlawful things. And calling the military to do civilian law enforcement in the city of Los Angeles when he has no authority to do so is unlawful. And that's why we've sued him in court. We've sued him 25 times in 20 weeks because that's how blatantly and brazenly, consistently and frequently he has violated the law, trampled over the Constitution. When we've gotten court orders in our cases, we've lost.
So really you're saying the 77 million people that voted for Trump, they don't know what they're doing. And you're suing the 77 million people basically. Because everything he's doing, 77 million people supported it. And that's why he's the commander-in-chief right now. And not you. All right, New York, of course, blue state. Here we go.
We're covering the breaking news, the protests here in Los Angeles, where we are anticipating a decision any minute regarding a curfew here in Los Angeles, which would take effect tonight as darkness falls where we are. So as we anticipate that decision coming any moment, clear that the mayor of Los Angeles supports it, we've got live pictures of protesters in New York and Chicago filling the streets. In fact, new video just into out front of a car in Chicago moving through a protest. It appeared to push a few sign holders there in the protest in Chicago before then speeding away. So unclear exactly what we were seeing there. Also, large protests underway in New York City, protesting Trump's deportations and the use of ICE officers with those ICE raids. Shimon Prokupez is out front in New York City. Whitney Wild is out front in Chicago. I want to begin, though, with you, Shimon, in New York. And what are you seeing there?
Aaron, one of the largest protests that this city has seen in quite some time. This protest has stretched for blocks from each side of the avenues, from 6th Avenue. We're now on Hudson Street, and we've been going for about nearly 2 hours. And you can see people are holding some.
They are literally saying ICE out of New York, ICE out of Los Angeles. What does that mean? You're saying don't do your job. You're saying ICE should not do their job. How is that not obstructing federal agents from doing their jobs? ICE out of New York. Why? Why would you say out of New York? Who are you to say ICE out of New York? It's like somebody coming into your job and saying, get out of your job. ICE, they're just doing their jobs. So go back to work and do your job and make sure you have legal status. That's what you should be concerned about.
Signs saying ICE out of New York City. We've seen flags of Mexico. We've seen the Palestinian flag, and really just a convergence of different issues and different concerns that people here in New York City have. Also, they all first gathered at around 5 o'clock Eastern here at Foley Square, which is right outside the federal building and ICE offices. And they then marched for about several blocks, and then they veered off onto another street, Varick Street, where there are more ICE offices and the immigration courts. And they stood there for several minutes chanting and getting together. And all of the traffic in the area was completely shut down. And it was the first time that we had seen the NYPD start to mobilize, start to gather to try and figure out how to get the street back open. But the demonstrators here left, and this is where we are now on Hudson Street. We are now marching towards a park where they plan on stopping, and we'll see if that continues. But what is so significant here, Aaron, certainly I've covered a lot of protests here the last several years. This is one of the largest demonstrations, certainly, that we've had here in New York City. As for the NYPD, they are letting them. They are allowing them to take over the streets, to march. Of course, the goal is to have them essentially tire out and then stop. But we're not seeing any kind of show of force. We're not even seeing NYPD in the middle of the crowd. Most of them, when they do appear, they're on the outside of the group, and they're just allowing them to continue now to march. And they've been going for well over 2 hours now, Aaron.
All right, Shimon, thank you very much. Going to be covering this from New York tonight. And let's go to Chicago, where Whitney Wild has been covering the protest there. Whitney, we saw that video of the car just moments ago, but what are you seeing where you are right now?
Well, we're here at the Federal Plaza. This is right outside the federal courthouse here in downtown Chicago. This is a really common place where people protest. It's quiet at the moment, Aaron, but this is where that very large protest had stepped off. That was around 5:30. They made their way down the most iconic location in Chicago, Magnificent Mile, right down Michigan Avenue. And Aaron, if you can see from those aerial video, that really gives you a sense of the scale here, because this protest was massive. It took up, the entire side of Michigan Avenue. It also started to sort of edge into oncoming traffic the other way. What we're told by people who are at the very center of organizing this is that that crowd is about to come back to Federal Plaza, where they will continue this protest. But as you had mentioned, this has been a peaceful protest. The major incident here was that car that appeared to clip a few protesters. That was at Wabash and Monroe. So we're going to continue to try to figure out what happened there, if that driver was arrested, what the intention for that driver was. Aaron, a lot of open questions here, but for the most part, despite the scale here, and it is a noisy protest, there have been no major incidents aside from that car that appeared to have driven into or near that protest, Aaron.
Whitney Wild, thank you very much in Chicago. And we'll be back here with the breaking news here in L.A., watching the protests here and the possibility of the breaking news of a curfew any moment. We'll be right back. We are looking at these live images here out of Los Angeles, pictures of the fifth day of protests, various street intersections here throughout downtown L.A. over the freeway. You're seeing groups of protesters and police. We've seen tactical units. We are awaiting news on whether there's a curfew. But President Trump just moments ago making it clear how long that he intends to keep the military in Los Angeles.
If there's peace, we get out. If there's even a chance of no peace, we stay there until there's peace.
Yeah, stay right there.
This comes as Trump made it clear today his intention to use the military for political purposes. Tom Foreman is out front.
Thousands of National Guard troops and hundreds of Marines have been called to Los Angeles by President Trump, who insists only military muscle can contain the trouble.
If we didn't send out the National Guard, and last time we gave them a little additional help, Los Angeles would be burning right now.
But local officials say police were already dealing with sporadic violence around the largely peaceful protest, which they say were spurred by the White House's desperate and clumsy quest to increase deportations.
People have asked me, what are the Marines going to do when they get here? That's a good question. I have no idea.
It underscores Trump's long-standing interest in using the U.S. military even against Americans. For example, when Black Lives Matter protesters rose up in 2020, Trump reportedly considered deploying troops and asked his then defense secretary, can't you just shoot them? Just shoot them in the legs or something?
Okay. Bunch of BS. All right, here we go.
The police saying they're going to be trying to disperse this crowd. Governor of California says that President Trump is deploying another 2,000 National Guard here to the city of Los Angeles. That would come on top of 2,000 already deployed, 300 of whom at least are already here. Some of those are actually right there behind where I'm standing here outside the federal building here with those California National Guard. As you can see the music, you can see the crowd has been building here, maybe another 100 or 200 people here just as we've been speaking in these past few moments. End of the day, work is out. We are now getting near around 5 o'clock. Congressman Adam Kinzinger joins us now, obviously former congressman, also retired lieutenant colonel with the Air National Guard, and John Miller, our chief law enforcement analyst, both with us. Congressman, may I just start with you because of this breaking news? When, you know, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of understanding exactly what numbers Governor Newsom is putting out there, whether he's now talking about possibly 4,000 National Guard coming here to L.A. or not. That number would vastly exceed any number of protesters that we've seen. Some of the National Guard here already are standing behind where we are. As someone who served in the Air National Guard, how troubled are you by the use of the National Guard right now?
Look, this is very troubling because, look, what you're looking at, they have California National Guard shields, but you are not looking at California National Guard troops. You are looking at U.S. Army troops. They were activated by the President of the United States under Title 10. They are no longer National Guard. They're no different than the 82nd Airborne. They have no law enforcement capability legally. That's why they're stuck guarding federal buildings. Same with the Marines, and same with the 2,000 additional activated troops. That's now U.S. Army. There are 4,000 potentially U.S. Army troops. They're not National Guard. That's an important distinction unless the Insurrection Act is invoked or unless Gavin Newsom himself concedes to their activation. If I was the governor of California right now, I'd be activating the rest of my National Guard and challenge Trump to federalize that because, listen, there is no militia as guaranteed by the Second Amendment if, in fact, the president can come in and overtake the governor's authority with a militia.
John Miller, what is the latest that you are hearing from your sources about what may unfold on the ground tonight? We know that what happens tonight is obviously crucial for where this goes.
Well, I mean, what they're focused on is gathering the resources. You know, the LAPD, which is a city of 3.5 million people, it's a third larger geographically than even New York City, but it's only 8,000 cops, which is smaller than Chicago, smaller than New York. And it's about 2,000 less than the LAPD is budgeted for, but it's the number they're working with. So resources are an issue. When they get into a thing where they're having to deploy mobile field forces in the numbers of 250 or 300 officers to maintain order in the city based on what's going downtown, that means other calls aren't being answered. So what they're looking at is outreach from City Hall and their community affairs people to people within the protest groups, trying to de-escalate things that may get out of control. What they're looking at is outreach from the LAPD to their contacts within the protest groups to say, how do we keep this de-escalated? And that's Fred Booker and his team, who I have a lot of experience with in LAPD, who did that very well for years. But what they're looking for is, can we manage these protests without it going over the line? What ends up happening, and we saw this yesterday, is if the rocks and bottles start coming, if the graffiti keeps going, if windows are broken, that's where you end up declaring it under 409 Penal Code, California state law, an unlawful assembly. And then it falls to the LAPD, not the National Guard and not ICE, to disperse that crowd, which, as we saw yesterday, is a difficult task. It can get messy and it can take time.
Congressman, I will just say, to give you a chance here, when I'm looking around, I saw the man with the Mexican flag and the American flag, which was a powerful moment. But there are a lot of Mexican flags here.
Look at this. CNN. Does this look peaceful to you? You see a woman in front of a camera speaking to the camera. You know this is CNN news for sure. Look at this guy. What a peaceful protest.
Looking around, I saw the man with the Mexican flag and the American flag, which was a
Look at
powerful moment.
Look at it.
But there
Look
are
at
a
it.
lot of Mexican flags here. Just Mexican flags. We can even see just a few right next to me where I am. What's the importance?
You can tell she's scared. You can tell she's scared. Yes, you are scared because it's not peaceful. You know it. Come out here acting like it's peaceful. She looks scared. Of course you're scared. You know it's not peaceful. Look at that guy. See how close he was to her. And she was still saying this.
Powerful moment. But there are a lot of Mexican flags here. Just Mexican flags. We can even see just a few right next to me where I am. What's the importance of that?
Look, I honestly think people should be carrying the American flag around. It's one thing if you're at a protest supporting Ukraine and defending Ukraine, even if Palestinian flags. What this is a protest about is people wanting to be American or wanting to stay in the United States. I think the visuals of carrying that are terrible, honestly. And this is feeding right into Donald Trump's narrative. People can carry whatever flag they want. They have a right to do it. I just think it would be much stronger if they were carrying American flags only.
Breaking news here in Los Angeles. We are just watching. There are orders coming from the police saying they're going to be trying to disperse this crowd. They, about 3 minutes ago, gave them 5 minutes, so we'll see what's happening. We're seeing some people putting more masks on. Worried about tear gas or something being used to deploy. We'll see what happens here in these next few moments. All eyes also on the governor of California and the president of the United States. And the long simmering feud that is now at the center of what we are seeing unfold here in Los Angeles tonight.
I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. Everybody knows.
That old showdown between Donald Trump and Gavin Newsom is back, and explosive as ever.
It's my job to clean up Donald Trump's mess because he's making it by the hour.
The president and the California governor have long been tangling over immigration.
I said, look, you got to take care of this, otherwise I'm sending in the troops. That's what we did.
But their fight is escalating after Trump federalized the National Guard and mobilized Marines after violent protests in Los Angeles.
He's taken the illegal and unconstitutional act of federalizing the National Guard, and he's putting lives at risk.
It's the latest chapter in the turbulent relationship between Trump and Newsom, who have sparred over tariffs.
No state is poised to lose more than the state of California. This is recklessness at another level.
And deadly wildfires.
We're going to take care of your water situation, and we'll force it down his throat. And we'll say, Gavin, if you don't do it, we're not giving you any of that fire money that we send you all the time.
For Trump, the grievance often goes back to California itself.
If Jesus came down and was the vote counter, I would win California.
and the fact he lost the Democratic enclave by more than 20 points and millions of
Oh,
votes all
man.
3 times he ran.
Objectively, California is the most un-Trump state in America, and I think that's demonstrable.
Yet beyond the resentment and anger, the two men have also
Because you have illegals.
shaken hands and found common cause.
We're obviously from different sides of the spectrum, but we have a very good relationship.
We played no politics during COVID with California.
Tonight, those pleasantries are a distant memory, with California in Trump's crosshairs again.
We did the right thing. Everybody agrees to that. But you have a governor who let the city burn down. I think Gavin, in his own way, is probably happy I got involved.
No sign of that, as Newsom sued Trump and called his actions an unmistakable step toward authoritarianism.
And as the war of words continued, Governor Newsom is saying that he believes that the White House is also considering sending 2,000 more National Guard troops. Aaron, tonight he's saying this isn't about public safety, but in his words, it's about stroking a dangerous president's ego. Aaron?
All right. Thank you very much, Jeff Zeleny. And we've just moved away from the building here as we get ready to hand it off. I'm going to be here all night. You can see behind us, they say, are some of those U.S. Marines arriving in buses right up behind us. The federal building is right over here. You can see those. We'll give you that shot, and I'll probably be up here in a few moments here. Let's hand it off now to AC 360.
Thank you. All right, here we go. Jesse Waters.
Liberals realized waving Mexican flags was a bad look, so they started
I already
passing out
said my
American
views.
flags.
Somebody said, Genesis, what are your views? I do not support burning down American flags. I do not support violence, saying you're protesting, you're looting stores, and you're lying, you're saying it's peaceful protest. I do not support this. Allow ICE agent deport the illegals peacefully and tell your people, the people in your state, tell them ICE agents are just doing their jobs. Go home, go back to work. You should be concerned about your status. You should be concerned about making sure you follow the proper channel to become a legal status. That's what you should be concerned about, not throwing stones at ICE agents, vehicles, or standing in front of their cars and saying you would not leave and screaming, ICE leave LA, ICE leave California. You have Democrats elected officials saying the only way this would stop is ICE agent leaving California. What are you talking about? They're just there to do their jobs. Allow them do their jobs. What are you saying? Same thing in New York. They're saying ICE leave ICE out of New York. Same thing they said. Remember when they said defund the police? These liberals, man.
Saying, wave these flags instead. It's better optics. And the crowd said thanks and took the American flags and burned them. One of the guys organizing these riots said this is war.
This weekend was marked with absolute and total violence, brutal repression, and attacks, coordinated attacks against our community. For us as indigenous people to these lands, to this continent, this is nothing new. The military going after us is nothing new. We don't advocate for violence, but when they use brutal violence against our people and kidnapping mothers and fathers from children is violent. When they do things like that, we have
Stop using words. Stop using words like kidnapping. They're not kidnapping. They're taking them out of the country. It's not kidnapping. If you're here illegally, and if you have kids, you are allowed to go with your kids if you want to choose that. Trump has said it multiple times. Tom Homan has said it. If you want to deport yourself with your entire family, you are allowed to do it. You can take your entire family back home. Nobody's separating families. So all of this stuff that Democrats do, lying and saying kidnapping, ICE agents are not telling the people that they are taking that they are ICE agent. This is dangerous. All of this stuff, these are the same tactics. Remember, these are the people that said defund the police. These are the same folks. Kamala posted it on her X account. She said, peaceful protest. Not until Trump hammered them on live TV, everybody now starts coming out saying, you know what? We're not going to support vandalizing our stores. We're not going to support burning down cars because you were called out. They thought this was going to play out like 2020. That's what they thought. They thought it was going to play out like 2020, and everybody's going to say, "No, honey, this ain't 2020. This is 2025. Deploy the goddamn guards."
Every historic right to defend our communities by any ways that we can, and we're going to continue to do so.
CNN says we should just raise the white flag and let Mexico have California back.
Remember that California was part of Mexico. All of the Southwest is Mexico. So the roots are really deep in that region. And what they're saying is, no, not in our community.
We won the Mexican-American War. Mexico signed a treaty. LA is not an Indian reservation. I'm sorry, it's a part of the United States. Notice how the rest of the media isn't even interviewing the rioters. It's almost like they don't ask questions because they know they're not going to like the answers. Here's why.
We don't agree with the term illegal. We're undocumented. We've been here for thousands of years before you guys showed up, screw up everything. We're anti-capitalist. We think socialism does work, real socialism.
Is there a country we can look to kind of model the socialism idea?
The only model would be Soviet Union the first 4 years.
That right there says it all. So guess what side the Democrats are on?
Let me be clear. Congressional Democrats stand in full solidarity with the residents of Los Angeles, with our immigrant sisters and brothers, and with the peaceful protesters who dare to speak out and who will support every effort to oppose this president's abuse of power.
Democrats are telling cops to stand down and rioters to stand up. LA Mayor Karen Bass says the riots will stop once the ICE raids stop.
I would say stop the raids. Stop the raids, period. I would say give the power back to our governor. And if we...
Oh, man, it's over. Like, you can never redeem these people. Stop the raids. You're saying ICE should stop doing their jobs so criminals can hang around your cities. What do you have to gain? That's the question. These people need to be investigated, in my opinion. This is my opinion, okay? I may be wrong. I mean, who knows? Karen Bass, somebody has to check this lady. Because why would you say stop the raids? What do you have to lose? These are illegal immigrants ICE are coming for. ICE are not coming for green card holders. They're not coming for citizens. They're not coming for legal status. They're coming for criminals, illegal immigrants. That's what they're coming for. So what do you have to gain from saying stop ICE raids?
Need the National Guard. We can do it in the normal circumstances, which is the request is made local and the governor decides or not to grant that to our city.
We're getting extorted by the LA mayor. It's like a hostage crisis, but she's threatening to burn her own city down. Trump, not a guy who likes being extorted.
Mr. President, these protests obviously started in reaction to these large-scale ICE operations in Los Angeles. Should people expect to see similar operations in the rest of the country?
No.
And will similar protests see similar response?
As you know, we're moving murderers out of our country that were put here by Biden or the auto pen. The auto pen really did it. We're not going to let them stay. And this is the first, perhaps, of many, or perhaps, if we didn't attack this one very strongly, you'd have them all over the country. But I can inform the rest of the country that when they do it, if they do it, they're going to be met with equal or greater force than we met right here.
The LA mob is fired up because Democrats called ICE Nazis and the Gestapo. And now they're calling them slave catchers.
This reminds me historically of it's not a clear analogy, but when the nation, when these political factions divided the nation in between slaveholders and slave catchers, with ICE running around LA, forcing people to make choices. Will they protect their friends, their neighbors, their family members?
That makes Barack Obama the biggest slave catcher in America because he had Tom Homan rounding up a record number of illegals. So after lying to us, extorting us, and then calling us Nazi slave owners, Democrats are covering up the riots like Biden's brain.
It's no different than when a team wins a national championship and people get overexcited and they overturn vehicles and light them on fire. Local law enforcement is prepared to handle those types of situations. Marines and National Guardsmen are not.
Yeah, Dodgers fans went a little nuts when they beat the Yankees, but this is a 5-day riot. Pelosi said cut them some slack. People are just feeling a little exuberant.
When there is a gathering, a large gathering of people, the anarchists see it as an opportunity and they move in. So always have to be careful whether you see a burned car or broken window or whatever it is. It may be the exuberance of the moment, but it may be the anarchist setting in.
Maxine Waters, no relation, says, what violence? I don't see any violence.
Even those who were out of step with what we are advocating, peaceful protest, did not create any violence. Nobody was shot, nobody was killed. Get it in your head. Don't think that somehow, because they called out the National Guard, there was violence. There was no violence. I was on the street. I know.
I didn't see violence is the new I didn't see Biden decline. The whole country sees violence on their TVs, on their phones. Stelter says, don't be confused by what you watch. The violence could be from 2 hours ago.
You got to be careful at a delicate moment like this to look at the timestamps, look at the dates, look at when things are actually posted, and if they're really from the situation they're purporting to be. A lot of these algorithms are surfacing hours old or even days old content. So you might be looking at a video of something, wondering what's happening in LA. It's actually from 2 days ago. And that's, it only matters because it can give people a false impression of what's actually happening at a moment of unrest.
Where would we be without Brian Stelter to explain the concept of time? The riot started on Friday, and today is Tuesday. LA County Police say you should believe your own eyes.
Every single police officer and deputy sheriff right now wants this to end. Unfortunately, the governor of California is 100% adding fuel to the flames. His rhetoric is one thing. What he says is one thing. What he does is another. He is absolutely part of the problem that we're seeing here. And so there is a lack of cooperation with the state of California and local officials.
Gavin's giving folks room to riot just like tampon. Same thing happened in the summer of love. Democrat governors let violence fester until finally Trump restored order. Trump's not waiting around this time. He says if it wasn't for him, LA would be up in smoke.
Called him up to tell him, got to do a better job. He's doing a bad job, causing a lot of death and a lot of potential death. If we didn't send out the National Guard, and last time we gave him a little additional help, you would have, Los Angeles would be burning right now. The radical left, it's usually radical left, and it's usually governors that are Democrat, and they don't want to call them in. They don't want to save lives. They don't want to save property. They don't want to call them in. I don't know what it is.
Newsom responded, and he said there wasn't a phone call. He said Trump never called him. Not even a voicemail, he said. But John Roberts got Trump's call logs, and it shows Trump called him late Friday night, and they talked for 16 minutes. Why would Newsom lie and claim Trump never called him? Why would he do that? Gavin could have called up the Guard Friday night and could have stopped the violence and saved millions of dollars in damages. But we're now on our 5th day of mayhem, and Newsom suing Trump to send the Guard home. And California congressmen, they're telling the National Guard to disobey orders.
The legal provision Donald Trump is relying on to deploy the National Guard under 10 U.S.C. Section 12406, he is violating the law because that provision very clearly says that the governors of the states have to give the order, and Governor Newsom clearly didn't do that. And this is very important. I ask every National Guard member to read their orders, read the law, and then decide for themselves if they're following an.
No, you read the law and allow ICE agents do their jobs. Easy. None of this would have happened if you followed the law in the first place and allow federal agents do their jobs.
Lawful order.
Ted Lieu's a lawyer, and he doesn't know what the law is. Presidents have mobilized the Guard and overruled governors before. Washington did it for the Whiskey Rebellion. Grant sent federal forces to South Carolina to stop the Klan from preying on blacks. Eisenhower used the 101st Airborne in Little Rock when the Democrat governor there was fighting desegregation And Kennedy put down segregationist rallies in Mississippi. Trump's just wielding the power that the country gave him in a landslide. He swept the battlegrounds, won the popular vote, and moved almost every county in the country to the right, including LA County. And he's not the one who mandated vaccines and censored you and prosecuted his rivals and disobeyed the courts. That was AutoPen. The Democrats can't control the narrative anymore. Trump's not a dictator, and these riots are violent. They said no one's above the law. Remember that? But they let illegals break into the country and then hide them in their cities and then attack ICE when they move in to do their job. These riots are getting no cultural traction, none. No one's posting Mexican flags on Instagram. No one's taking a knee with a sombrero. Companies aren't being blackmailed into donating millions to an open borders charity. It's not happening like BLM, remember? These LA riots make January 6th look like a picnic. And Karen and Gavin couldn't stop fires, clean up the homeless, fight crime, or shut down the virus. What makes you think they'd shut down this riot? Is the real reason they're fighting ICE this hard because the more migrants they deport from California, the less congressional seats the state gets? Remember, the census counts people, not citizens. So they're burning down their own city to maintain political power. If they're capable of that, they're capable of anything. Click here to subscribe to the Fox.
Of course. They
We're
are.
doing a briefing and talking about preparations for the upcoming hurricane and wildfire season. I don't think any administration's ever done this. We did it to a certain extent for
All right, so here is the 45th, now the 47th president of the United States in the Oval Office. I guess this was yesterday noon. He spoke about the hurricane season, and of course, he speaks about California and what's going on in LA County and Gavin Newsom, like he always says. But I just want to say this before we play this. This man right here, I get it. You don't have to like everything he does. I mean, who have you ever met that you like every single thing that they do? No, you don't even like every single thing that you do. By yourself, for yourself, to yourself. You don't even like every single thing that you do. You look yourself in the mirror, and sometimes you don't like yourself. It is what it is. It's life. I get it. So nobody's perfect. We could take that out of the way now. But this guy is 85% way better than every president we've had in a very long time. 1,000% better than Joe Biden. That's for sure. Yeah, Joe Biden isn't even in the equation. He's not in the equation right now. He's so transparent. He has his own flaws. Every human being has their own flaws. But this guy, you can never say he doesn't love the United States. You can never say he doesn't want the greatness of America to shine. You can never say he doesn't want equal and fair trade for Americans. You could never say he doesn't want America to be rich. And I mean rich, every single person, especially the lower class. And that's why you see billionaires coming against Donald Trump, because if he was for the billionaires, why would billionaires be going against Trump? I mean, Jesus, this is just easy. ABC. Why would billionaires be going against Trump if he's for billionaires? Something to think about.
4 years, but we're doing it much more so now, and we can save a lot of lives, but a lot of cost, a lot of damage, a lot of everything. And with me, as you know, Marco is doing something very, very important right now, so I'll take a pass on Marco Rubio, but he's with us in spirit. Kristi Noem, Doug Burgum, Brooke Rollins, and a couple of other very well-known people are standing behind me. They're going to say a few words as to what they're doing with respect to response on wildfires and stopping wildfires due to proper management, proper forest management. And I just want to thank you all for being. And maybe, Brooke, I'll ask you to start.
That sounds great, sir. And then Secretary Burgum, first of all, thank you, Mr. President, for inviting us here to the White House to provide an update on our coordinated efforts across your federal government to ensure our nation's wildland firefighting system is focused on fighting wildfires quickly and effectively. Sir, you have made it clear from the beginning that strong leadership and decisive action and the protection of American lives and communities are the top priorities for both Secretary Burgum and for me this fire season. As you can see from the red areas on the map over here on the president's left, this is going to be an above normal fire season, which is why we wanted to, sir, ensure that we were taking direction from you and moving forward. This means that a higher likelihood of large and intense wildfires than typically expected for this time of year for the next few months. This means that people, homes, communities, and landscapes are at risk, and the need for firefighters and fire support personnel is clear. America has the largest and the most well-respected wildland firefighting force in the world. Secretary Burgum and I already have given direction to our firefighting organizations to take whatever actions are necessary to ensure that we are operationally ready. The Department of Interior and the Department of Agriculture employ over 17,000 federal wildland firefighters every year. At the peak of fire capacity, our surge with their interagency, tribal, state, local, will have approximately 13,000 additional wildfire personnel. We know that the best and most cost-effective way to stop these terrible fires is to remove the fuel load that feeds them. And we can talk a little bit about the timber executive order and the timber leadership the president has led on. We are working at both of our agencies to eliminate all red tape, cut costs, and increase our timber sales and active management to reduce the intensity of these wildfires when they start. We are increasing timber production by 25% thanks to President Trump, with the goal of not only supporting our industry partners and our rural communities, but also reducing the number of catastrophic wildfires. Finally, both the Forest Service reducing hazardous fuels on our 4.2 million acres and the Department of Interior on their 2.4 million acres annually, getting rid of the low value, overgrown trees, and brush crowding of our forests. One final point, we are 96% capacity in terms of our firefighting hiring, and this is actually ahead of where President Biden and his team was a year ago. So I want to make sure that's very clear. We are all on board and moving forward with a fully operational, we will be more ready than ever before for this season. Thank you, sir.
Very much. Please, Doug.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Secretary Rollins, for the partnership that we have between the U.S. Forest Service and the Department of Interior. There's over 700 million acres of surface land that the federal government manages in this country. And under President Trump's orders, we are now actually managing that land. When we get back into timber production as driven by his EO, we're actually then helping rural communities. We're helping people that are in the lumber business, helping bring those lumber products back home. As we stepped away from this industry, President Trump is now bringing it back. And we, as a nation, we're now, before President Trump backing up, we were burning more timber than we were harvesting in this country. When we spend a dollar on prevention, we save hundreds of dollars on the back end on firefighting. This is going to save Americans dollars when we're out there preventing fires and stopping fires when they begin versus letting these fires become huge and then causing the destruction we have. With the growth of our country around urban areas, there's been a 30% growth of what's called the wildlands and urban interface. When this happens, people start building homes, like the tragedy that President Trump visited in California where so many people lost their lives. But this is where we're essentially creating cities in the middle of forests, but not doing the forest management and creating that deadly fire load out of there. But now we intermix communities with above ground power lines. This can lead to dangerous situations. So President Trump committed to us doing fire management. We'll reduce that fire load. In addition to that, there's a proposal, which Russ has included in the president's OMB budget, for the unification, because between Secretary Rollins and the U.S. Forest Service across Interior, we have 4 different firefighting groups across U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the Bureau of Land Management, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the National Park Service. These 5 groups under the proposal are going to be unified in terms of their leadership, and so we've got consistent strategies and consistent tactics. But then when we have these thousands of people that are out there fighting fires and putting their lives at work to protect our communities, we also have to step up, as President Trump knows with our military. We've got to make sure that these brave firefighters are out there actually have the same equipment. In some cases, we're decades behind in terms of giving them the technology they need for either early detection or for saving their own lives. We've got some great examples of where we have good collaboration going between the federal government in Alaska, the state of Alaska, for example, and then also at the National Interagency Fire Center in Idaho, where we are already coordinating. Brooke and I have already held a joint briefing with the fire leaders about this fire season. So we'll continue to unify this work, but we have to work with the states because this year there have been 1.2 million acres already burned. Only 25% of that's been on federal. The other 75% has been on state lands or private lands. And so together we have to work to protect America's resources. And under President Trump's leadership, we've got the guidance through the EOs to make that happen.
Thank you very much, Doug. He's doing a great job. They all are. Russell, Valor?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. President. From a funding perspective, the accounts that support the important work that these cabinet secretaries are doing are funded. They're flush. The main one, the Disaster Relief Fund, has $13 billion. It's projected to get us all the way into the end of the fiscal year. So we're in a very good place, and the President has personally been a steward of the taxpayer resources on every one of the expenses that the states have come in for to put us in a position where we are ready for this season. Thank you.
Great job. Thanks, Russ.
Yeah, Mr. President, we are in hurricane season right now. It will last for the next several months, and we are prepared for what is coming. We are anticipating that we will have higher than usual activity during this hurricane season. We could have 3 to 5 major storms, up to a dozen other hurricane level thresholds that we will meet throughout this season. And FEMA stands prepared and has been working with all of our regions on training, pre-deploying resources, making sure that individuals are out there ready to respond to each state as they bring the necessary resources to take care of their people. But also, sir, you've been very clear that you want to see FEMA eliminated as it exists today. So I'm preparing all of these governors that they will have more control over the decisions on how they respond to their communities so that it can help it happen faster, that they can pre-deploy resources and help coordinate on communication as well. So while we are running this hurricane season, making sure that we have pre-staged and worked with the regions that are traditionally hit in these areas, we're also building communication and mutual aid agreements among states to respond to each other so that they can stand on their own 2 feet with the federal government coming in catastrophic circumstances with funding. But we all know from the past that FEMA has failed thousands, if not millions of people. And President Trump does not want to see that continue into the future. So this agency fundamentally needs to go away as it exists. And we need to have a response to states that supports them when terrible things come and when the worst day of their lives happens, to where the financial resources are there, but they have decision-making power right there in the state to respond. So the next several months, we expect it to be high activity, and the federal government is here to support the people of the United States with President Trump's leadership. While he's doing that, he's also going to make sure that they're better set up for the future so that they have the ability to really take care of their families when a crisis or a terrible storm does hit. We've got many governors that just recently had terrible, tragic losses from tornadoes, from other events that went through their states, and FEMA was extremely responsive, and they've all been very happy. I think, Mr. President, you even spoke to one of those governors this morning, who is very happy, and the Missouri governor as well, who is very happy. As soon as something happens in their state, I'm in direct communication with the governors to make sure they have what they need, but also making sure that they have the ability to make decisions to respond to the people that live in their states.
Thank you very much. Great job, everybody. So we want to wean off of FEMA, and we want to bring it down to the state level. A little bit like education, we're moving it back to the states so the governors can handle it. That's why they're governors now. If they can't handle it, they shouldn't be governor. But these governors can handle it, and they'll work in conjunction with other governors. They'll give each other a hand. But the FEMA thing has not been a very successful experiment. Very, very expensive, and it doesn't get the job done. You saw what happened in North Carolina under the past administration. And when we got in, we did a great job for North Carolina, brought it back, but it was a disaster, FEMA. And it has not worked out well. It's extremely expensive. And again, when you have a tornado or a hurricane or you have a problem of any kind in a state, that's what you have governors for. They're supposed to fix those problems. And it's much more local, and they'll develop a system, and I think it'll be a great system. And also when it comes to forest fires. So for years I've been meeting with heads of other countries, and they are forest countries. They call themselves forest, Austria and others. And they say, we're a forest nation, we live in a forest, and they don't have forest fires. And in one case, he said, you know, our trees are much more flammable than California, but we don't have forest fires because we clean the floor, we sweep the floor of leaves, of dead debris, of trees that fall, because after 18 months, a tree is like it's like tinder wood, and it goes up, it virtually explodes. Well, we don't take the trees out. California is a disaster, what they've done in California. They don't do anything. And if you did, you almost would not have forest fires. And you could say in theory, you shouldn't have any forest fires. And we spend billions and billions of dollars a year because people don't clean the forests. And we're going to clean the forests. We're going to start cleaning them. We're going to get rid of dead wood. The environmentalists say, oh no, let it regenerate. It doesn't regenerate. It just sits there and it usually catches fire. And we're going to have a whole new system, and it's called forest management. And if you look at some of these countries in Europe and other places that literally live in forests, very flammable forests, and they don't have problems. And they call me, they don't even know how it's possible that we can have the fires that we have. And the people behind me know that very well, and we're going to start working on that system. And we're going to save a lot of trees. We're also going to cut down trees and replant new trees. And that whole industry is going to be growing because we don't need the help of anybody. We have just about more, or as much, but more than almost anybody else in terms of lumber and wood. So we're going to be doing some great work having to do with forest fires. It's going to start effective, really, it started a few months ago, and it's forest management. And Doug, I think you're really the head of that. Interiors, I guess you're the largest landlord perhaps anywhere in the world, I understand. That's a nice position. You may want to just give a few words on the cleaning of the floor of the forests.
Well, happy to do that. And of course, as President Trump had said, yes, between Interior and Forest Service, it was just part of USDA, 700 million acres of surface area, much of that is in forest land. That is a tremendous resource. It's part of America's balance sheet. When we let it burn, then we actually have to spend money coming through FEMA and other places. So we spend taxpayer dollars cleaning up a mess that could have been prevented. Under President Trump, when we get back into the timber business, which up to 30 years ago, we were one of the great timber producers in the world. Communities thrived in these rural communities. We had lumber mills, we had manufacturing, we had furniture makers in this country. All of that went away when we stopped harvesting our own timber. And today we import about as much timber as we used to harvest ourselves. If we can get back in the timber business, that can help on the balance of trade, reduce imports from foreign countries, and have American jobs. But to make that all happen, again, under President Trump's leadership, we have to get back in the timber business and get back in the game. And when we do that, we have to make sure that we're doing prevention, not just fighting fires after they all get out of control. And so again, working with OMB and others to make sure that we've got the budget for doing the prevention work and the forest management upfront reduces the expense and the cost on the back end of fighting these massive fires. But again, coordinating across all of our 5 different major firefighting groups today, it's like having 5 generals in the field. They may have different strategies and different tactics. They even had different pay levels. Brooke and I are working to make sure that regardless of which service and branch that you're in, that you're going to have similar pay, that we're going to have everybody equipped with the right technology to protect them when they're out in the field. Just basic stuff that they don't have today that we were giving our military 20 years ago in terms of and then using technology to be able to identify fires when they first start. I mean, with infrared, satellite, drones, I mean, there's technology where we can pick out a fire when it just barely begins and it costs us nothing to put it out versus when it scales up and becomes these massive fires that endanger communities, lives, and our firefighters. So President Trump, of course, has got a common sense strategy. He's empowering all of the leadership that's standing up here today for us to go get this job done. It's going to get America back in the timber business. We're going to put out fires when they're small and as opposed to when we can't control them when they're large. And we're going to have revenue coming into the federal government from those timber sales as opposed to in those timber leases to the private companies, as opposed to revenue going out through FEMA after the fact when we're cleaning up a mess. So the whole thing makes complete sense. And Brooke and I and Christy and Russ, we're all excited to go out and implement the president's vision.
And we have some of the best timber anywhere in the world, and we don't use it. We've freed it up. Lee Zeldin's done an incredible job in that regard from environmental restrictions that are ridiculous. And a lot of it's been freed up. The rest of it's being freed up. Some areas will continue to protect, but we're going to be freeing up most of it. And again, we have some of the best in the world. And when I hear you say that we lost more in fires than we produce is so crazy, because we shouldn't lose very much at all. I could say we shouldn't lose any if it was perfect, but it should not be ever like what we've seen. We're sending billions of dollars to California all the time because obviously in California they are not doing a good job in any way, shape, or form, any other thing either. So with that, I'm heading to Fort Bragg right now. I think the helicopter's landing as we speak. But if you want, we'll take a few questions.
Mr. President, will you invoke the Insurrection Act to deal with the situation in California?
If there's an insurrection, I would certainly invoke it. We'll see. But I can tell you last night was terrible. The night before that was terrible. We have, as you've seen, it was on most of your networks, people with big, heavy hammers pounding the concrete and pounding curbs, pounding it, breaking up, and handing these big chunks of concrete to people. And they were taking that concrete, going up on bridges and dropping it into the roof of a car. They were throwing it at our police. They were throwing it at our soldiers that are there. And we got it stopped, and we have them in custody right now. Look, if we didn't get involved, right now, Los Angeles would be burning, just like it was burning a number of months ago with all the houses that were lost. Los Angeles right now would be on fire, and we have it in great shape. We're not playing around.
How will you determine whether or not there is an insurrection?
Well, you'll take a look at what's happening. I mean, I could tell you there were certain areas of Los Angeles that you could have called it an insurrection. It was terrible. But these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They get money. And when you take a look at what they do, where they show up and everyone's saying, what's he doing? He's pounding the curbs. This one guy's pounding the curb, breaking the curb, and handing big pieces of granite. In some cases, it's granite and concrete to other people. And they're running out with it. And then we watch the other people, and they try and throw it into the face of the soldiers, throw it into the face of the police, and they hurt some people very badly. They go up on bridges, they drop it down on the cars as the cars are moving. They're not breaking the curb because they're doing a demolition service. They're breaking it to hand out to people as a weapon. It's bad stuff. I've never seen that before.
Mr. President, how soon do you want to see FEMA eliminated? And what's your message to the governors about how much more of an expense is going to fall to states?
Yeah, well, it's not going to be so much the states. We're going to give out less money. We're going to give it out directly. It'll be from the president's office. We'll have somebody here. Could be Homeland Security, but we're going to give it out through a method where it's given out. As an example, I just gave out $71 million to a certain state. They were looking to do about 120. They were very happy with the 71 million. We did a little cutting, and they were very happy with it. So we're going to do it much differently. We think after this, Christy, I'd say after the hurricane season, we'll
yes,
start
sir. You set
phasing
up a FEMA council over the next couple of months. We'll be working on reforms and what FEMA will look like in the future as a different agency, as under the Department of Homeland Security to the president's vision. And it will empower governors to go out and respond to emergency situations. And that what the president does best is to make sure that the taxpayers are only fulfilling the need to which is appropriate, and that people are responsible to respond to their own people closest to home. So
if a certain state, as an example, gets hit by a hurricane or tornado, that's what a governor should be able to handle it. And frankly, if they can handle it, the aftermath, then maybe they shouldn't be governor.
And Mr. President, when is the last time you spoke with Governor Newsom?
a day ago. Called him up to tell him, got to do a better job. He's doing a bad job, causing a lot of death and a lot of potential death. If we didn't send out the National Guard, and last night we gave him a little additional help, you would have, Los Angeles would be burning right now. Los Angeles would be not a lot different than what you saw take place in California and Los Angeles just a little while ago. And, you know, you got to remember, we have the Olympics coming. And we don't want people looking at Los Angeles like it was, like it would have been. It would have been bad. Last night they had total control. If we didn't have the military in there, the National Guard, and then we also sent in some Marines, we had some bad people. We have people, they look in your face and they spit right in your face. They're animals. And these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They're agitators. They're paid. Do you think somebody walks up to a curb and starts hammering pieces out, has all the equipment necessary, and starts handing it out to people to use as a weapon? These are paid insurrectionists or agitators or troublemakers. You can call it whatever you want. And we ended it, and we have in custody some very bad people. Some very bad people.
Mr. President.
Did you see the guy throwing the rocks at the police cars as they went by and crushing their windows and endangering our police? We're not going to let that happen, yeah.
Pardon me, Mr. President, on those Marines, Governor Newsom has described them as political pawns. I'm curious for your reaction to that and what you see as the Marines' role and what are their rules of engagement?
All I want is safety. I just want a safe area. We have, Los Angeles was under siege until we got there. The police were unable to handle it. You can speak to the chief. He said it on television 3 nights ago. He said, this is more than we can handle. They said that. And the LA police, I know a lot of the police in LA, they're good, they're great people, but they're given instructions not to do this, not to do that. But in this case, they were trying their best. They were not able to handle it. It was out of control. When we got there, and you have to remember, I've been here before, and I went right by every rule, and I waited for governors to say, send in the National Guard. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it, and they just wouldn't do it. It kept going on and on, got worse and worse. And in Minneapolis, that city was burning down. It was 7 days, and I said, I don't care. The governor, who's a governor that just happened to be running for vice president, a total, you talk about an incompetent governor, he's an incompetent person. That he was picked, well, I was actually very happy he was picked for other reasons. But this guy wouldn't call the National Guard. And we ultimately just sent in the National Guard. We stopped it. But that was after 7 days. And I said to myself, if that stuff happens again, we've got to make faster decisions because they don't want to do it. The radical left, it's usually radical left, and it's usually governors that are Democrat, and they don't want to call them in. They don't want to save lives. They don't want to save property. They don't want to call them in. I don't know what it is. We sent them in, not early, we sent them in late as far as I'm concerned. But big problems, as you know, 3 nights ago, big problems were ensuing. If we didn't send in the National Guard quickly, right now, Los Angeles would be burning to the ground.
The Marines is, a lot of people think, an escalatory step, though. These are guys who fight wars. Are you at all concerned that things could get out of hand with Marines?
When I see people throwing concrete into cars, when I see people, the kind of people that I saw on your network doing danger to the police and to the military and to the National Guard, no, it's okay. You know, you start running out of people when you have 2,000 people from a National Guard standpoint. We have a very big military, but the National Guard, they needed a little extra help, and we sent them a little, and we did a great job last night. We had, well, you had a lot of cars go up in smoke and flame, and you had a lot of bad scenes, but it was pretty minor by comparison. This morning it's very calm. We'll see what happens later. But they know if they go there, they're not going to get anywhere because we have the National Guard. Though we backed it up with a number of Marines, yeah.
Mr. President, do you agree with Governor Abbott soon signing legislation to mandate the 10 Commandments in school classrooms?
Having to do with what?
Governor Abbott is soon going to sign legislation to mandate displays of the 10 Commandments in school classrooms. Do you support him?
I have to take a look at it. I'm going to have to look at it.
Will the National Guard be in California indefinitely? How long will they be there until you think?
Until there's no danger. It's easy. Look, it's common sense. You ask me that question. When there's no danger, they'll leave. You would have had a horrible situation had I not sent them in. Horrible. You'd be reporting on a lot of death and a lot of destruction that's not going to take place. I think if you look, every night it got less and less. They were met with very strong force, the bad people, the bad, sick people that do what they do. But these are paid people in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases. And they really are, they're agitators.
I was wondering if you had any response to Mexican President Sheinbaum, who condemned the violence there. Have you been in touch with her at all?
Said what?
I was wondering if you had any response to what Mexican President Claudine Sheinbaum said in response.
What'd she say?
She condemned the violence in LA.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah. Have you been in touch with her at all?
Well, you think I don't condemn it? I condemn the violence in LA, ladies and gentlemen. But I also stopped the violence in LA. And by doing what I did, I stopped the violence in LA. And that would have been, I think, maybe I'd ask Christie to speak to that. That would have been an unbelievable tragedy. We would be talking, I don't know, that would even be here right now. It would have been so bad, I'd probably maybe be out there. I don't know, but Christie, could you speak to that?
Absolutely. So in 2020, I was a governor of a neighboring state to Tim Walz and watched him let his city burn. And the president and I have talked about this in the past, and he was not going to let that happen to another city and to another community where a bad governor made a bad decision. So Claudia Sheinbaum came out and encouraged more protests in LA, and I condemn her for that. She should not be encouraging violent protests that are going on. If people are allowed to peacefully protest, but the violence that we're seeing is not acceptable, and it's not going to happen in America. This president is standing up for the average American who wants to walk their child to school every day safely, run their small business, and provide for their families. That's the action that he's taken. He has every authority under the Constitution to send these National Guard under Title X into these communities and make sure that operations go smoothly, that law enforcement officers are protected, that they can continue to do their work without fear of being injured or killed or disrespected, and that they can go home to their families at night. So I'm incredibly proud of the president for activating the National Guard and for sending in these Marines, because these Marines are specifically trained to meet the need that we have on the ground in LA right now. And Governor Newsom has done a disservice to the state of California for many years. The people there should never elect him into a leadership position ever again.
The governor's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. When it comes to his railroad that he's building, where it's like 30 times over budget, nobody's ever seen anything like it. Now it doesn't even go to San Francisco and LA. It's way short of it. After years of work and overruns like nobody's, those contractors are some of the wealthiest people in the world, I guarantee you that, because that money goes to those contractors. They just did a number on the wallet of the people of California. That train, you should look at that train. That is the greatest. I've never seen cost overruns. I've seen cost overruns and great incompetence over my life. I've never seen anything like that.
Mr. President, these protests obviously started in reaction to these large-scale ICE operations in Los Angeles. Should people expect to see similar operations in the rest of the country?
Yeah.
And will similar protests see similar response?
As you know, we're moving murderers out of our country that were put here by Biden or the auto pen. The auto pen really did. I mean, the people, whether it's Lisa Monaco or whoever operated the auto pen, these are criminals. The people are criminals that allowed these criminals into our country. And I don't think that Biden knew what the hell he was doing. I don't think he even knew about it. But when they opened up our borders for the whole world to come in, yeah, we're going to get them out. We're getting them out. We're starting to get acknowledgement from the courts that, you know, as a system. They come in without courts and they go out, they want trials and everything else. I think that's starting to work out now. Judges are starting to see what a terrible situation it is. Many of those people that you saw on television last night are criminals that were allowed into our country by Biden, and they want to stay, and we don't want them. And they come from jails, and they come from mental institutions, and they come from all over the world, not just South America. And we're not going to let them stay. And this is the first, perhaps, of many, or perhaps, you know, if we didn't attack this one very strongly, you'd have them all over the country. But I can inform the rest of the country that when they do it, if they do it, they're going to be met with equal or greater force than we met right here. We did a great job. The people, you, Christie, and Tom Homan, and all of the people, Pete Hegseth, All of the people involved did an amazing job. We stopped a disaster. And it looks like a planned disaster, this didn't just happen. They had weapons, they had tools, they had everything you needed. I mean, they were throwing iced water in bottles, in glass bottles, at officers and at soldiers. These are, you could not use the word insurrection, but you could also use the word, these are very dangerous people, they're bad people. They were met with heavy force and they folded. And they may be there a little bit tonight, they may be there a little bit, but it seems to be getting less and less because they're going there and they're met with a very heavy force. And if they weren't, you would have that city right now would be on fire. It would be burning down. The rest of it, what's left over, because the other fire was started because they wouldn't allow water into LA. They wouldn't allow water into California because they had it all shifted out to the Pacific Ocean, and I turned it around. And I told them to do it in my first term, and they didn't do it. We had COVID, and they didn't do it. And I told them to do it. We did it in the second. Now we have billions of gallons of water flowing down. But Newsom should have done this. He's an incompetent man, an incompetent governor. Okay, any other questions?
Mr. President, any message to adversaries as the Army kicks off 250-year birthday celebration?
I just think it's amazing. We're going to have a fantastic June 14th parade, Flag Day. It's going to be an amazing day. We have tanks, we have planes, we have all sorts of things. And I think it's going to be great. We're going to celebrate our country for a change. You know, recently, as you know, with World War II, the victory of World War II, I called up France and they were celebrating the victory. Well, we helped them a lot, as you know. I don't have to get into that. But I called up other countries. They were all celebrating the victory. We're the only country that didn't celebrate the victory. And we're the one that won the war. Okay, if it wasn't for us, that war, well, you would be speaking German right now, okay? We won the war, and you might be speaking Japanese too. I mean, you might be speaking a combination of both. We won the war, and we're the only country that didn't celebrate it. And we're going to be celebrating big on Saturday. We're going to have a lot of, and if there's any protester who wants to come out, they will be met with very big force. By the way, for those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force. And I haven't even heard about a protest, but, you know, this is people that hate our country. But they will be met with very heavy force. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Let's move out.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Keep moving.
Joining me now is the defense.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. Yes, y'all. We're going to run this by real fast, Senator Kennedy, and then we're going to find our way.
Fourth night of violence in Los Angeles, the chaos prompting President Trump to deploy more federal troops, and the state of California responding with a lawsuit. Good morning. This is a different look, isn't it, for your morning? I'm John Roberts. Bill and Dana are off today. It's good to be with you.
It's great to be with you on this early morning hour, John.
So we got the blue memo today?
We did.
Fantastic.
We're coordinating. It's going to be a great show. I'm Jillian Turner. This is America's Newsroom. President now deploying 2,000 more National Guard troops in response to the anti-ICE protests out in L.A. That brings the total now up to 4,000. The Pentagon also sending 700 Marines right now to support that operation until the National Guard is fully deployed.
At the same time, California is suing the Trump administration for sending in the National Guard. The suit calls the deployment unlawful since Governor Gavin Newsom did not request to it or accede to it. President Trump writing on Truth Social moments ago, if I didn't send in the troops to Los Angeles the last 3 nights, that once beautiful and great city would be burning to the ground right now, much like 25,000 houses burned to the ground in L.A. due to an incompetent governor and mayor.
Well, Louisiana Senator John Kennedy is here with reaction, but Madeline Rivera also at the White House for us. First, though, we will go to Jonathan Hunt. He is out in L.A. with the story. Hi, Jonathan.
Good morning to you, Gillian and John. I have to say off the top that it is a far less tense situation
on the streets of downtown LA than it was when we were talking to you just 24 hours ago from here outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. You can see now just a handful of National Guard troops behind me guarding that building. Yesterday, there was a line of them across the street, roadblocks at every corner staged by the LAPD. Not so today, and that might be a sign that they feel that the protests are to some extent. Having said that, there was a lot of violence once again on the streets of LA last night, but law enforcement across the board, federal and local, seem to have a much better handle on how to keep it under control. The forces moved in, the LAPD, along with the LA Sheriff's Department, California Highway Patrol, and federal agents. They splintered the groups that were here in their thousands in downtown LA, and they managed to pick off protesters one by one, making up to, we believe, 100 arrests yesterday. And now those groups have dissipated completely. A calm scene here at 6 a.m. this Tuesday morning. We did see signs of just how organized the protests are as well. We saw a truck pull up at one point last night, appeared to be handing out gas masks to protesters and other supplies, just a sign that there is clearly organization within this. In the meantime, authorities continue to go after every one of those protesters who engaged in violent acts. There was one particular gentleman who was caught on camera throwing rocks at officers. The Attorney General, Pam Bondi, talked to Hannity last night and said they know who that guy is. Listen here to Pam Bondi.
That guy has just been identified, and they are doing a search warrant on his house as we speak. So you can run, you can't hide. We are coming after you federally. If you assault a police officer, if you rob a store, if you loot, if you spit on a police officer, we're coming after you.
Meantime, we expect to see Marines on the streets of LA at some point today. We know that 700 Marines left their base in 29 Palms. That's in the Palm Springs area east of Los Angeles. Yesterday, we believe they overnighted at Naval Station Seal Beach, but they should be on the streets later today. Jillian and John.
All right, Jonathan Sari in LA for us. Keep us posted. Thank you.
Meanwhile, California Governor Gavin Newsom calling President Trump a dictator as tensions between the two escalate. Madeline Rivera live at the White House with the latest from there. Madeline?
Hey, John. So we know that California Governor Gavin Newsom is suing the Trump administration over the deployment of those federal troops. We learned details about that case last night. Newsom saying one of the cornerstones of our nation and our democracy is that our people are governed by civil, not military rule. He's accusing the president of an unprecedented power grab, deploying the National Guard without his consent. L.A. Mayor Karen Bass is asking the government to stop the ICE raids, and she says what's happening in her city is an experiment in federal authority.
It makes me feel like our city is actually a test case for what happens when the federal government moves in and takes the authority away from the state or away from local government. I don't think that our city should be used for an experiment to see what happens in the nation's second largest city.
But the president feels he is on the right side of this issue. The administration is slamming Newsom and Bass's leadership, calling them incompetent, and they believe the public will side with them and their immigration efforts.
Today we had over 400 to 500 targets we were going after that were known members of gangs in LA that have been victimizing people for years, that Gavin Newsom has done absolutely nothing about, that Mayor Bass has done absolutely nothing about.
So the president is also endorsing the arrest of Newsom. Border Czar Tom Homan says they're not threatening an arrest of Newsom for now, but he says they will seek prosecution from the attorney general if Newsom does cross the line. We will see what that line is. John, back to you.
That would be something to see. Maddie Rivera for us. Maddie, thank you. Jillian?
You got it.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in Republican Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana. Sir, thanks for being with us this morning. It's wonderful to see you. You might not know this, but Democrats are not thrilled with the latest move. Take a listen to a few of them. I want to get your response.
All of the violence and the escalation is core to the Trump administration's authoritarian playbook. They are being met with tear gas and rubber bullets from this unconstitutional, unlawful administration.
If one wants to fix the immigration laws, which they should be fixed, fix the immigration laws. Don't arrest workers. And what Donald Trump is doing is the fear of America, not the promise of America.
The fear of America. What do you have to say, sir?
Well, number one, I think all those people need to pop a Zoloft and relax a little bit. Number two, I don't think this situation is especially complicated. You don't need to be an astrophysicist to figure it out. We've got a wolf problem in Los Angeles. They're not peaceful protesters, they're wolves. They're hurting people, they're destroying property. So you say, well, where's the governor? Well, the governor is a sheep. He'll tell you, I'm a sheep. He's a sheep in sheep's clothing. He thinks cops are a bigger problem than criminals. So then you say, well, where's the mayor of Los Angeles? Maybe she can stop it. Well, she's a sheep too. More sheep is not going to solve the wolf problem. So the federal government sent in troops, and we're stopping the wolf problem. Last night was a better night, and tonight will be better still. It's not hard to figure out to me, and I think this is what I think most Americans are looking at this and going, stop the wolves. And a lot of them are thinking, you know, nobody's talking about it, but who's going to pay for all this? You know, who's going to pay for all this destruction? Are we going to get the bill? That's the way I see it.
You know, Senator, it would seem that not all Democrats are in the same boat, the MS outrage. Listen to what Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania said about this. He said, quote, I unapologetically stand for free speech, peaceful demonstrations, and immigration, but this is not that. This is anarchy and true chaos. My party loses the moral high ground when we refuse to condemn setting cars on fire, destroying buildings, and assaulting law enforcement. And now Democrats are calling for demonstrations across the country. It almost looks like they're looking for a repeat of the Summer of Love from 2020.
Well, I think Senator Fetterman has given us some wise advice. We ought to take it. Number two, my Democratic colleagues have a game plan. I don't think it's a very good one, but it's the same game plan we've seen forever. President Trump is a dictator. He's trying to destroy democracy. Now he's trying to take over our cities. And they're trying to convince the American people that that's true. There's just one problem. The American people can see what's going on. It's just like they could see that President Biden had neurodegenerative disease. They can see the riots in Los Angeles. So when the Democrats try to tell them not to believe their lying eyes, nobody believes them. I mean, I think they ought to get a new strategy here. But aside from the politics, Los Angeles is one of the greatest cities in the world. We shouldn't stand by and let the wolves destroy it or devour it.
Sir, I had DHS spokesperson on John's show yesterday. Take a listen. Can you tell us anything about numbers? How many people? What are the crowds like on both sides?
We know last night it was about 6,000 protesters or 6,000 rioters. We're still monitoring the situation today. We have more resources on the ground to ensure that things are peaceful, that American citizens are safe, and that our ICE enforcement officers and the National Guard on the ground are as well safe.
Okay, so if there's 6,000 people roughly at any given time out there on the streets, and we are seeing the level of chaos and destruction and violence that we have been showing on our screen this morning, it doesn't really lend itself to this narrative that most of the folks out there are peaceful.
Well, they're not peaceful. I mean, you can see it. I see what you see. The American people see what we both see. They see wolves acting like wolves, and they see sheep like Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass telling the wolves, "Please stop it, please stop it." Well, the wolves aren't going to stop. And you see the American taxpayer and the good people of California, they're going, the wolves are taking over. Now, who am I going to call? Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass, or a Marine? The good people of Los Angeles are saying, I think I'll take door number 3.
Yeah.
And
well,
so, it's not complicated.
Yeah, I was just going to say the district attorney for Los Angeles County, Nathan Hochman, who was on Fox and Friends just a little while ago, says he's going to prosecute these folks to the fullest extent of the law. But some of these people we see hurling bricks at officers from overpasses or throwing them at cars as they're passing by. And there are plenty of democratic countries in this world that I can think of where doing something like that, Senator, would get you shot. So there would seem to be a fair degree of restraint being practiced by these officers and these National Guard soldiers.
Well, I don't think we ought to shoot them unless they try to hurt somebody, but I think we ought to put them in jail and give them a long time to think about what they did. And that's the next step. You make a good point, John. You can't just let these folks go. They've got to be prosecuted. And, what you allow is what will continue. Honestly, to me, this is not a complicated situation. It's about law and it's about order. You either support law and order and justice, because without order there is no justice, or you support the wolves. I'm on the side of justice.
Exactly, because you saying ICE get out of LA, that is supporting the wolves. You're not supporting the Constitution. You're not supporting law and order. So I don't know what Gavin Newsom is doing at all.
Here with reaction, one of our favorite senators, Louisiana Senator John Kennedy. Senator, welcome back to the program. Let's get your take on all this.
Well, all of this is why the aliens won't talk to us. I see what you see, what the American people see. I mean, no disrespect to Congresswoman Waters, but somebody needs to tell her that the voices in her head are not real. Point two, I've listened to so many of my colleagues and members of the media say that these are mostly peaceful protests. That's like saying that Harvey Weinstein is mostly a feminist because he didn't rape every woman who came into his office. He only raped some of them. Number three, in terms of Governor Newsom, he's flip-flopped a lot, Sean, on issues, but the governor's been very consistent on one thing: his antipathy toward the lives and feelings of ordinary Americans, including public safety. Governor Newsom his record shows this. He's the dictionary definition of weenie. He thinks cops are a bigger problem than criminals. He thinks if a cop has to shoot a criminal, it's automatically and always a cop's fault. But if a criminal shoots a cop, it's automatically and always the gun's fault. Here's a tip. Cops don't leave you alone unless you do illegal stuff. That's what we're seeing in California. I feel for the people of Los Angeles. It's a wonderful city. There are wonderful people there. I'm sure he doesn't see it this way, but Governor Newsom really owes a debt of gratitude to President Trump, because I think Governor Newsom dug up more snakes here than he could kill. He's got a city that is in large part out of control, and thank God the president and the federal government sent in troops.
I want to put up on the screen, if you're a law enforcement officer local in the state of California or in the city of Los Angeles, the city being a sanctuary city, the state being a sanctuary state, there are very there are various restrictions that prevent you from even asking the status of somebody that you encounter in your day-to-day work. You can't inquire about their immigration status or detain any illegal based on a hold request from ICE. In other words, I thought we had a supremacy clause where jurisdiction did in fact lie with the federal government on federal law. You can't participate in Border Patrol activities or use ICE agents as interpreters. And the problem here is these were federal agents that were being attacked, and those restrictions on local law enforcement are in place. That almost makes it a necessity for Donald Trump to send them out there because they can't fully do their job because I think sanctuary status is aiding and abetting. I don't know what you think. You're a lawmaker. You know more than me.
Well, this is really simple until you make it complicated. We have a lot of people in our country, many of them in Los Angeles, who are here illegally, and some of them are bad people. And President Trump is trying to deport them. Some people disagree with that in Los Angeles. That's fine. You can protest in America. But they're not protesting. They're rioting. These aren't peaceful protesters. They're goons. They're gangsters. Governor Newsom either can't or won't stop them because, as I said earlier today, he's a sheep. The mayor either can't or won't stop them because, as I also said earlier today, she's a sheep. We've got a wolf problem. More sheep is not going to solve the wolf problem. And that's why the president did what he had to do. The good people of Los Angeles deserve to be secure in their homes. The city deserves to be secure. And if the governor and the mayor, for political reasons, that's the only thing I can surmise can explain this. If they're not going to provide it, then the federal government has.
Well,
the final
let me ask
point
you
I
this,
would.
Senator. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but let me ask you this. So they have Medi-Cal out in California, and by the way, it's causing massive deficits out there in spite of the highest taxes in the country of Gavin Newsom. But over 60% of that bill, if I'm not mistaken, comes from the federal government. That means it comes from the American taxpayer. Why should American taxpayers be paying for sanctuary state and city policies in a state like California? If they want to adopt them and they want to elect politicians that support this, they should foot the bill for education and law enforcement and foot the bill for health care. Why are we footing the bill for that?
Well, it is illegal. There's a federal statute that prohibits foreign nationals who are in our country illegally from receiving Medicaid. California does it anyway. They just do it. And under President Biden...
Should we defund them?
Well, yes. In fact, we have a provision in our reconciliation bill to defund them. But under 4 years of President Biden, Governor Newsom and his colleagues, they just ignored it. They gave federal taxpayer money to foreign nationals who are in our country illegally. No wonder it was a magnet for illegal immigration. That's why I say, you know, all this stuff is, it's crazy. It's why the aliens drive by planet Earth and lock their doors, man. I mean, none of it makes any sense.
All right, Senator Kennedy, we always appreciate you. Thank you. Hey, Sean Hannity here.
That's right. Senator Kennedy, for sure, he never filters his words, and that's why everybody loves him. Okay? And that's what we need in America today. We need bold voices who are ready to say what they actually feel and think. Your voice matters, okay? Stop filtering your voice or filtering your words or what you're trying to say. You voted for Trump. Be bold enough to say you voted for Trump. Stop acting like, oh, yeah, okay, relax. Okay, relax. All right, I just want to say thank you to the moderators because we have been streaming for 3 hours, 37 minutes, and they're still here. I gotta say, kudos to y'all, man.
Police breaking for another night of chaos. But first, we need to step back. We need to remember what these riots are all about. Now, first, we had Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and, of course, Alejandro Mayorkas and every Democrat telling us the border is closed, the border is secure. They lied to us for 4 years. Anywhere between 12 and 20 million unvetted illegals, including known terrorists. We have Iranian assassination squads in the country. We have cartel members. We have gang members. We have murderers. We have rapists. We have other violent criminals. Started there. Then, of course, ICE, in this case, is doing the job of getting rid of these people that Joe and Kamala and others allowed in the country. And, of course, the safe haven created by cities and states like California, cities like Los Angeles. And ICE conducted an operation in Los Angeles, arresting, quote, the worst of the worst illegal alien criminals there. In other words, far-left idiots are now taking to the streets, waving foreign flags, looting stores, burning cars, in support of, let's see, murderers, rapists, gang members. Remember, this is the party of Abrego Garcia. So tonight, why don't we introduce you, this was on FoxNews.com, to some of the other criminal illegal aliens that the left is so desperate to keep in your country, that Gavin is fighting for, Karen Bass is fighting for. First up, Jose Ortiz from Ecuador, previously sentenced to 11 years in prison after getting caught with 11 kilos of cocaine. That's close to $500,000 worth of cocaine. Next up is Armando Ordaz, who is a suspected gang member from Mexico. Now, Armando is a convicted sex offender and a thief. Then, of course, there's Victor Mendoza Aguilar from Mexico, who previously was deported in 2017. This suspected gang member served time for drug charges and deadly assault with a deadly weapon, among other crimes. And here is Delfino Aguilar Martinez from Mexico. He was convicted of assault with a deadly weapon with great bodily injury. Next up is Eswin Ariel Castro, who was also previously deported. Castro has convictions for child molestation, has also been arrested for robbery, domestic violence. And look at your screen. This is Lionel Sanchez Laguna. His crimes include battery to a spouse, cruelty to a child, shooting into a house, assault with a firearm, and a DUI on top of that. We could go on and on. I have pages and pages and pages of people that they are arresting, including a convicted murderer from Vietnam and a guy from the Philippines convicted of an unspeakable sexual assault. But just so we are clear, this is who the anti-ICE protesters are fighting for. These are the people that Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass are protecting. These are the people that would still be on the streets of Los Angeles if their mayor, if their governor had their way. They were all protected, every one of them, under L.A. and California's insane sanctuary city and state policies. Governor Gavin Newsom, who we expect will be speaking in this hour, he has been protecting these criminals for years, never once lifted a finger to protect the law-abiding citizens in his state, with sanctuary state laws that Newsom now supports. Get this, police in California, they are not allowed to even ask criminals for their immigration status. State law enforcement officials are barred from working with ICE even to apprehend violent convicted offenders. They can't even hand them over to ICE. My question for Governor Newsom, and I have a lot of them, and we'll put them up maybe in the course of the show tonight, was it worth it? Are you proud of putting innocent Americans in danger by creating a sanctuary for criminal illegal aliens? I'm going to scroll here, the names of victims in California of violent crime. And while we get that up and running, think about this. You know, we scrolled during the 2024 campaign, all the names of people that were murdered and all the people that were raped and all the people that were victims of violent crime because of the open borders that they were lying about, because they said the border's closed, the border's secure. None of that was true. We have the same thing out in the state of California. And my question, we know that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris never picked up a phone. They never called the victims. They never called Laken Riley's family, Rachel Morin's family, Jocelyn Nungary's family. Did Gavin Newsom ever call the victims' families in California? Now, probably won't answer that question, although we you know, he did take a lot of time to respond and fight with me on X during the height of the riot. And also Mark Wayne Mullen also took time to do multiple interviews on friendly left-wing legacy media mob networks like MSDNC. He even, in the middle of all this, had time to do podcasts just so he could trash Donald Trump while pretending to be a martyr, almost begging to be arrested. It is, as usual, pathetic. He's putting his own blind political ambition over the safety of law enforcement and the safety of the law-abiding citizens of Los Angeles and in his own state. Instead of conducting himself like a leader when his state needed him the most, Gavin Newsom was trying to use the riots for political gain. In fact, one California sheriff is telling Newsom, put the phone down, be quiet, because he, quote, is doing nothing but fueling this process. Remember, during the Pacific Palisades fires, he claimed no responsibility. Remember, they had fire hydrants. They were empty. They had reservoirs. They were empty, too. And then his answer was, well, it's not my fault. You need to ask the local elected officials. I'm on the phone right now, ma'am, talking to Joe Biden. He wasn't talking to Joe Biden. Well, I'm going to talk to Joe Biden. But it's not just Gavin Newsom. The response of almost every top Democrat has been totally bizarre, completely dishonest. I mean, you have Kamala Harris, you have Adam Schiff, you have Cory Booker. You've got all the predictable actors. Now we can add Hillary Clinton to the list. Maxine Waters claiming there's no violence, none at all, in Los Angeles. Don't believe what your eyes are showing you. Take a look.
The protests, and even those who were out of step with what we are advocating, peaceful protest, did not create any violence. Nobody was shot. Nobody was killed. Get it in your head. Don't miss the point, you all. Don't think that somehow, because they called out the National Guard, there was violence. There was no violence. I was on the street. I know.
Oh, I went to a couple of streets, and I know, never mind what's on TV, never mind the videos. Oh, let's see, we've got plenty of that we're going to be showing you throughout the night. Really, Maxine? No violence? All of this peaceful? No, we could show pictures. Oh, that's right, look at that, cars on fire. That looks like violence taking place there. Oh, another car on fire. Looks like more violence taking place there. Never mind the fact that law enforcement agents, they were being attacked. They were being hit with bricks and mysterious liquids, and baseball bats were placed. And the rioters just conveniently all had gas masks and frozen water bottles. Anyway, and her colleague out there, Nancy Pelosi, said that lighting cars on fire, really not a big deal. The rioters just got caught up in the exuberance of the moment. Is this how you act when you're exuberant? Take a look.
And I say this as a former party chair, when there is a gathering, a large gathering of people, the anarchists see it as an opportunity and they move in. So always have to be careful whether you see a burned car, a broken window, or whatever it is. It may be the exuberance of the moment, but it may be the anarchist setting in.
Wait a minute. I have a question. That horrible attack against her husband, and it was horrible. Was that somebody being exuberant? I'm feeling exuberant. Let me attack somebody. I'm feeling exuberant. Let me attack cops. I'm feeling exuberant. Let me burn some cars. What a genius. And let's not forget about California's junior senator, the congenital liar Adam Schiff. Yesterday, he filmed himself praising the peaceful nature of the riots. Just pause for a second. You know, in the summer of 2020, the media, Democrats all said they're peaceful. They're mostly peaceful. 24 Americans died, thousands of cops injured, billions in property damage. Kamala said they won't stop, shouldn't stop, and she wouldn't stop supporting them. Remember that? But they cared about only one riot, not the 574 riots. Oh, the border's closed. What are you talking about? Millions of people are walking across it, but it's closed. Joe Biden is cognitively as sharp as he's ever been. It's hard to keep up with him. These people lie all the time. They do all of this while blaming Trump for the riots. You know, not their own sanctuary city and state policies. Take a look.
Things are peaceful here in Los Angeles. I hope and pray that they stay that way. The folks who are being impacted by these immigration sweeps do not want violence done in their name. So outside people, agitators, whoever, just stay the hell out. And as for the President of the United States, commandeering the guard over the opposition of the governor was a pointless and incendiary action. It has made matters worse. And now mobilization of the Marines, also just inflammatory and unnecessary. So do your job and stop making matters worse in Los Angeles.
This is why we call him the congenital liar. You have a party of liars and lunatics. I can't emphasize that enough. These Democrats now speaking out in favor of violent riots taking place in Los Angeles in response to ICE apprehending the worst of the worst illegal immigrants convicted of murder and rape, child molestation in the face of anarchy and crime. And it's no wonder Americans are overwhelmingly supporting Donald Trump's immigration policies. Even fake news CNN pointed this out. It's especially true of illegal immigrants. Take a look.
Immigrant voters, foreign-born voters, have gone tremendously to the right on this issue in 2024 and 2025 versus where they were in 2020. Closest to or trust more in immigration. You go back to 2020. Democrats, get this, held a 32-point lead on this issue. Immigrant voters were in the Democratic camp. Jump forward to 2024, 2025. Look at that shift, a 40-point shift to the right among immigrant voters. Republicans now lead on this issue by 8 points over Democrats.
Now, look at that, a 40-point shift. And by the way, mostly among immigrants, mostly among minorities. They want safety and security in their own homes. They want the law to be followed. They don't want anarchy. And by the way, we'll get to this later with Matt Towery. He has a poll out. 59 to 39 Americans support Donald Trump sending the Guard to Los Angeles to help out with the mess there in that sanctuary city and state. Democrats have lost the plot. Under Trump, the deportations, they're going to continue no matter what. And for the record, Matt Towery will join us and explain in detail why the American people approve of this and why there is a transformational political shift in the country as it relates to, the Republican Party versus the Democratic Party. Democratic Party of coastal, woke elitists. They don't want tax cuts. Permanent tax cuts, they're against those. They're going to vote against them. Or no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. They're the party that doesn't want energy production in this country and the wealth. They don't want to control the border. They want open borders. Good luck with all these policies.
California, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
California. All right, listen to the sheriff in California
Let's get
say
segment with the very latest
things
on
ain't
the
looking
Los
good for them.
Angeles riots and what took place overnight. Hi, Brooke.
Hey, guys, that's right. So some of the 700 Marines in Los Angeles are expected to be deployed today to protect ICE agents, with thousands of National Guard troops waiting in the wings. So the LAPD says dozens of protesters were arrested for refusing to follow the curfew put in place by Mayor Karen Bass, who says it will likely last for several days. And California Governor Gavin Newsom is now vowing consequences for violent protesters while still managing to throw digs at President.
This is what you call campaigning after election. This is what it is. Mayor Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom, they're now saying, okay, we're going to put up a curfew. All of this would have been avoided if you just allow ICE agents do their jobs. But no, you didn't allow them do their jobs. Now you're saying there's a curfew. And your people are not even listening to you because you're a weak leader. Nobody's going to listen to you, Mayor Karen Bass. Nobody's going to listen to you, Governor Gavin Newsom. Nobody. Okay? They don't even listen to you.
Trump for even sending in the troops.
People will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Please.
He again chose escalation. He chose more force. He chose theatrics over public safety. We honor their service. We honor their bravery. But we do not want our streets militarized by our own armed forces.
Newsom claims President Trump never called him when the protests broke out, but the president is bringing in the receipts, providing a screenshot to Fox News of a 16.
This is why it's hard to not support Trump. It's hard. That's why people always come to the conclusion that says Trump was always right, because you might say right now that, he shouldn't have done that. Or like 6 months from now, you would say, I think what he did was right. Why don't you just get on board early? Why do you have to be late? Now look at this. Gavin Newsom lied and said Trump didn't call him. But you know Trump, he's so straight to the point, transparent, that he would bring up receipt. Here goes the receipt.
15-minute phone call between him and Newsom on Saturday. And President Trump is not backing down on his efforts to stop these violent riots. He issued a stark message to any protesters who burn an American flag. Listen.
These are animals, but they proudly carry the flags of other countries, but they don't carry the American flag. They only burn it. People that burn the American flag should go to jail for 1 year.
Support it. I support that. I support that. You should not be burning American flag. Why would you burn American flag? Godly.
And we'll see if we can get that done.
Major cities like Seattle and Chicago are also facing similar anti-ICE protests, and in New York City, police arrested more than 80 protesters. And with reports that these protests could continue to spread, Texas Governor Greg Abbott isn't taking any chances. He's deploying the National Guard to San Antonio. Guys.
All right, Brooke Sangamon live for us in Washington. Brooke, thank you. Let's bring in California gubernatorial candidate and Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco. Sheriff, good morning to you. As a member of law enforcement and someone who's running for governor, you could talk about this from just about every angle. But first, from the law enforcement perspective, do you think, and do members of law enforcement that are battling these riots on the ground, police officers, the LAPD, do they think that the presence of the National Guard and the Marines is helpful in this situation?
Yeah, it's definitely helpful because what it does is it enables them to protect buildings and property while we can address the issues that are going on with the rioters. When we are spread too thin, when we have to protect buildings that may not be under attack by a protest or something like that, then we really don't have all of our resources to be able to be directed.
This is a sheriff in Los Angeles, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to him. Forget about Trump and forget about Newsom, okay? Listen to people on the ground right now. Listen.
Toward the ones that are actually committing the violence. So with that being done, we can direct all of our attention to criminals.
Now, there's a lot of noise surrounding this story. I think it's a pretty simple story. The fact remains that this thing was spiraling into chaos before Trump sent in the National Guard, and now it has stabilized. Is there any other way of viewing this, Sheriff?
No, there isn't. We've been lied to from the very beginning. The politicians, California politicians, the mayor of Los Angeles, our governor, have completely failed in that nothing was happening in the beginning. It was allowed to spiral out of control, and then they have created this narrative that completely defies facts and a timeline that we know happened. And they keep calling it a peaceful protest, mostly peaceful, whatever they want to call it. But the reality is that law enforcement officers are being attacked, property is being destroyed, and it is out of control violence that really they're trying to deny for political gain.
Yeah, and Sheriff, I asked that first question on if it's helpful to have the National Guard and the Marines on the ground because Gavin Newsom has gone to the courts and tried to get them to no longer be able to be deployed. How do you feel about that if you say that their presence of them is helpful?
It's nothing but childish games. Our governor would rather fight and argue with the president than do something about Los Angeles. And the reality is the National Guard, they could have been deployed immediately because time and time again, we see that these spiral for 1, 2, 3 days in a row. And then you're behind the 8 ball trying to catch up. When you do it in the beginning with an overwhelming show of force, these criminals that are coming out just to destroy, they don't show up because they know there's going to be a consequence. But this is 20 years in the making of Governor Gavin Newsom's policies that have enabled criminals to do this in the first place. This is just natural for us.
To follow up on something you just said about how you would respond, admittedly, Los Angeles, much bigger than Riverside, the main city in your county. But if these riots had erupted in Riverside or in Palm Springs, Palm Desert, or someplace like that, what would you have done to stop them? And if ultimately it got out of control, would you have welcomed help from the Trump administration with open arms?
Absolutely. And the thing is in 2020, it did happen. The same thing that happened in Los Angeles spilled into Riverside, and we handled it completely different than them. We handled it with an overwhelming show of force where we ended what they were doing immediately, and it disappeared. And what happened was the rest of law enforcement said, oh, look what they did. It worked. And so Los Angeles followed suit, and they were able to stop theirs within 2 days after ours. So there's already a playbook. You do not allow them to escalate and then bring more reinforcements into the criminal behavior. It's nothing but criminals that are enabled to do criminal behavior, and if they're allowed, they will continue and they will get bigger in numbers. If you stop it in the beginning, then it goes away. That's how things should be done. Any cop on the street will tell you exactly how they can make it end. But somehow, as you rise up through the leadership ranks, they can't make those decisions at the top because politics get involved. The mayor gets involved. The governor gets involved.
Yeah, well, arrests last night ramped up because now there's a curfew in place. Why it took 5 days to implement that curfew is a question that I'm sure will be asked today. And also, Sheriff, there are a lot of people who are being impacted by these riots. We saw it in 2020, and now we're seeing it again. There is one jewelry store owner who's a migrant himself who said that his business was completely destroyed. Other stores are getting looted in this area. So talk to us a little bit about that and the human impact of what's going on.
It's huge. Downtown Los Angeles is an enormous magnet for business all day long. And I mean, you know what our freeways are. Our freeways are just really an absolute mess on a good day. So when you bring thousands of protesters in to block freeways, to stop freeways, that impacts everyone's day. Where businesses are closing, businesses have to close, people can't make it to work. It's a major impact for all of Los Angeles.
Yeah, I don't think people maybe in a different part of the country understand when you shut down the 101, you shut down basically the entire Southland, because the 101, to your point, Sheriff, on a good day, the 101 is a disaster. This was a bad days or a series of bad days. And so thank you for making that point. Sheriff Chad Bianco, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
So you've heard from people on the ground, right? These are actual people that protect citizens in California. Okay? So sometimes I get it, you don't support Trump and all that, but listen to the people who are actually affected. Listen, man. This is in 2020. That's what they wanted. They thought it was going to be 2020 riots. No. Deploy the National Guard.
If you incite violence or destroy our communities, you're going to be held to account. That kind of criminal behavior will not be.
It's already tolerated, Gavin Newsom. You already tolerated it. You already tolerated it with what's her name? Mayor Karen Bass. You both tolerated it. You could have let ICE do their jobs, but you didn't. This is your mess. Stop saying this is Donald Trump's mess.
Tolerated, full stop. Already more than 220 people have been arrested, and we're reviewing tapes to build additional cases, and people will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Again, thanks to our law enforcement officers and the majority of Angelenos who protested peacefully.
We just heard your law enforcement officer say, "Thank you, guards." We just heard your law enforcement officer say, "Thank you to the National Guard." What are you saying, sir?
Of the law. Again, thanks to our law enforcement officers and the majority of Angelenos who protested peacefully, the situation was winding down and was.
Oh my God. This man is still saying peacefully. Oh, great.
Concentrated in just a few square blocks downtown. But that's not what Donald Trump wanted. He again chose escalation.
It went dead again. But Mark Wayne Mullen, notice what he does. He's blaming Trump. Law enforcement can't even ask if they're in the country legally. I mean, that's the unbelievable thing to me.
You know,
So,
I never fired.
By the way, he needs a tech operator.
He does. And Sean, I was going to say that I've never fired anybody for making a mistake. I fired a lot of people for not admitting he made a mistake. Gavin Newsom needs to be fired as governor. There is no way this guy should be running that state.
Well, I will tell you this. I think.
All
right, let's listen to him. Let's dip in again.
Trump
Let's
is pulling a military dragnet all across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers.
Dear Lord, dear Jesus, help us. Because some folks, you just never know.
And seamstresses. That's just weakness masquerading as strength. Donald Trump's government isn't protecting our communities. They're traumatizing our communities. And that seems to be the entire point. California will keep fighting. It will keep fighting on behalf of our people, all of our people, including in the courts. Just yesterday, we filed a legal challenge to Donald Trump's reckless deployment of American troops to a major American city. Today, we sought an emergency court order to stop the use of the American military to engage in law enforcement activities across Los Angeles. If some of us could be snatched off the streets without a warrant, based only on suspicion or skin color, then none of us are safe. Authoritarian regimes begin by targeting people who are least able to defend themselves, but they do not stop there. Trump and his loyalists, they thrive on division because it allows them to take more power and exert even more control. And by the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him. What more evidence do we need than January 6th? Ask everyone. Take time. Reflect on this perilous moment. A president who wants to be bound by no law or constitution.
I can easily say, sir, don't be stupid, sir. Don't be stupid. Look, January 6th happened when? When did it happen? Years ago. And CNN ran with it for what? Years. And guess what happened when the election period came? 77 plus million people voted for Trump. Voted for Trump. So what are you talking about? J6, January 6th. That's all you got. January 6th. And yet, with all the coverage of January 6th by MSNBC or whatever they are called, ABC, CNDNC or CNN, he still won the election. Doesn't that tell you something? I don't think so.
Perpetuating a unified assault on American traditions. This is a president who in just over 140 days has fired government watchdogs that could hold him accountable for corruption and fraud. He's declared a war on culture, on history, on science, on knowledge itself. Databases, quite literally, are vanishing. He's delegitimizing news organizations, and he's assaulting the First Amendment. And the threat of defunding them, at threat, he's dictating what universities themselves can teach. He's targeting law firms and the judicial branch that are the foundations of an orderly and civil society. He's calling for a sitting governor to be arrested for no other reason than to, in his own words, for getting elected. And we all know this Saturday. He's ordering our American heroes, the United States military, and forcing them to put on a vulgar display to celebrate his birthday, just as other failed dictators have done in the past. Look, this isn't just about protests here in Los Angeles. When Donald Trump sought blanket authority to commandeer the National Guard, he made that order apply to in this every state. This is about all of us. This is about all of us. Is about this. California may be first. California may be first, but it clearly will not end here. Other democracies are next. Is democracy. Democracy is under democracy is before our eyes. This before our eyes.
Democracy, democracy, democracy. Democracy is under assault. That's the same thing Kamala Harris ran on. That's the same thing y'all keep talking about. Yet, people voted for Trump. You guys just need new lines, man. Y'all need new content, okay? Because this ain't gonna fly.
As this moment has arrived.
All right, we have.
Okay, look. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. Believe in Almighty God. Fathers, take care of your kids. I know life is hard. I know you got to work late nights. You got to do what you got to do, but take care of your kids, okay? When the father is in the home and actually active, it is different for kids, okay? Shout out to the veterans. Shout out to the military personnel. You guys protect the homeland. God bless you. Thank you. Um, I also want to say thank you to the law enforcement officers across the United States. Thank you for all that you do. Also, the law enforcement officers in California, keep doing your thing, man. Keep holding the fort because golly. Also, shout out to the ICE agents. Okay, you heard me right. Shout out to the ICE agents doing their jobs. Never back down, never give up, and do not let them threaten you or push you out of their city because you are doing your jobs. Okay, ICE agent, this is for you. All right, shout out to our esteemed members, Dr. Luke, the GOAT, God bless you. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Ringmaster. Shout out to Sandra. God bless you for being a member of the channel. Membership is $4.99. If you like the channel, if you like the free speech, if you like the content, thank you. You can join the membership. It is $4.99. Also, I want to say God bless you to the legendary moderators on the channel. Mr. Busky, the Bucket Master, C. Shelley, legendary C. Shelley, God bless you. Thank you for being here. And everybody here watching, commenting, this is Free Speech Channel. Be respectful of your fellow American, okay? Because of the YouTube algorithm. So sometimes when you say some things, we might block you, not because we actually want to block you, but because of the YouTube algorithm, okay? So with that being said, I believe the United States is the greatest country on earth. I love America. I came to America for a better life, and America has made me who I am today. And I know for a fact that this is the land of freedom. Everybody comes here to be free. And that's why what is happening in California is happening right now because there's freedom in America. All of those protesters or rioters, actually, all of those rioters could never be in China doing what they're doing now. It's impossible. You could never be in Russia doing that kind of behavior. It's impossible. It's only in America because they know this is the land of the free. You could be whatever you want to be in America. And that's why, in my opinion, as much as we do not like what they're doing in California, I condemn what they're doing in California for sure, which I think is so absurd and would have never happened if Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass have just allowed ICE agents do their jobs. Allow ICE agents do their jobs. Stop stopping them. And tell your people to stop stopping them as well. Well, they don't even listen to you. We heard your ship. Okay, we heard your ship, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you. God bless the United States. God bless your families. God bless your kids. Stay strong. Life is hard. Never give up. Okay, stay strong. Life is hard. I get it. But never, ever give up. All right. God bless you. It is your boy Genesis, and I am signing out.